tell him, right?
Good, alright. Unfortunately, the YouTube guys have to zoom in and figure out what I'm working on. We're going to follow this one real quick. What's up, Mystery Art? How you doing, Salink and Moon? Welcome. Welcome, A3, Spike. Welcome, guys, and Crystal.
Once again, Great Saiyaman has successfully fought crime to protect the city. But can he succeed in protecting his secret identity from the watchful gaze of death? Find out next Dragon Ball Z. Previously on Dragon Ball Z Kai, a new hero has appeared to protect the citizens of Satan City, Great Saiyaman. But determined to expose him, but now inches ever closer to uncovering her rival's secret identity. Has Great Saiyaman met his match? Find out today. A monster is taken away. The culprit is Great Saiyaman.
Oh, the Great Saiyaman shit is so whack, bro. I never thought it was cool, bro. What's up, Sam? Thank you for liking the live. Appreciate you, brother. What up, everything? How you doing? Duh. Thank you, Sam. up, George Art? What up, Look and Frisky and Zoes and Mark? Hey guys. Alright. What the hell is Nujabes? What up, Ash? What's up, guys? Welcome. Hello, what's up, Sasha? What's up, Lucian? Welcome. Thank you guys for liking the live. What is the book color of black and white? What is the book color of? Are you asking what color is the comic gonna be? The manga is black and white. I would love to do a colored version, but you know, I'm freaking slow, bro. That should take forever. Thank you, Sam. As always, bro. Thank you for liking the live. What's up, Alyssa? What up, guys? Thank you for joining. All right, let's keep going. What up, guys? Thank you, Nelly, for the follow. Thank you, Sam, for the likes. Appreciate you, brother. What's up, Mosquito? Thank you. That's only the beginning. There's still all of this up here that I gotta finish. But let's knock them out one by one. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, Sam, as always. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, artists. Alrighty. I'm gonna make this color pop right here. A little bit of this actually. It's like a mini sun she's probably found. So this technique, she's doing two techniques in this based off of the power system in Demonation. She's using a preserver, a low caliber preserver art, preserver ghost art. There's destroyer arts, and then there's creator arts. In this case, the ghost art she's doing is acceleration, which is making her super buff. And the ghost aura that she has, she's sending it to her muscle fibers, and they're rapidly tearing and recovering to create this massive sudden burst of muscle mass. And then she's also concentrating her ghost aura at the tip of her hand sign that she's making. This is called a ghost triggering, which has its own whole little category. Like people could just specialize in that to the point where they can make like mini shooting quasars. You know those stars that are like light years away apparently that explode? They could be felt from so many light years away. There's people that are able to master just this mini thing called triggering, which has different hand signs and all this stuff to fire. They master that ghost, that part of the ghost arts, and they're able to produce like I said, quasars. In this case, she's just kind of concentrating her ghost aura to such a degree that it's becoming almost like a beam, and that's like almost to like a laser level type of attack. And so she's gonna incinerate whatever she fires that. And then also the color of the actual flame matters in the story. So obviously the highest color is blue or white, was it? I have to look that up again. But these are not blue flames now. These are spiritual flames. So this is the ghost aura. But when it comes to triggering, if you see anybody firing like a blue star or something like this is like a supernova level type attack, you know? To the point where it's like you're eradicating planets at that point. That's a whole other ballgame. But she's doing ghost triggering and acceleration, muscle acceleration. Okay. Nerded out real quick for y'all. Now, I'm going to add a little more light. I'm gonna make it. All right, that's fun. Let's go to the next thing, guys. Let's move up. So I got a pencil and ink, these two up here. Got some ink down for it, so let's zoom in. Okay. So this is the same character all around, obviously. I'm trying to draw her in casual clothes, expressing emotions, and just different hairstyles, you know, trying to explore how are the many ways she can look like and still be the same character. So right here, I mean, you could tell me she's crying, obviously, right? So does she look like she's lost it. No, it looks like she just heard some shocking information and it suddenly brought her to tears, and she's barely starting to grip with whatever it happened. So that's the case. Let's put away the colors. Gotta get the pencil out. We gotta figure out what the heck she's There's no water. Alright, I gotta move the YouTube camera. I totally forgot. My bad, guys. We are up here now. But I can't. Can I zoom in? From OBS? Let me see. All right. So, I guess I could talk a little bit more about the power system. In the story, there's 3 types of souls typically, and these 3 types of souls exist as smaller, less potent forms known as ghosts or ghost aura. And these 3 types of ghost auras are in everybody's souls, and they come in the form of the ghost of destruction, creation, and preservation. And Lucy, this character, Lucy Safian, she is an agent of preservation, which means that whatever her calling is in life is going to be something that will have more of a balanced offense, defensive, if you want to look at it in strategic, like fighting terms, type of fighting style, right? So that's why she can access certain ghost arts that are unique to the ratio of creation, destruction, and preservation to her soul, right? Taking those ghost arts and combining it with your unique calling, which could be anything, creates your own unique battle style, and it expands out there. But everything's based on those 3 spiritual forces that are within the soul: creation, destruction, and preservation. And acceleration is a low caliber preserving art. There's higher caliber stuff, like for example, a high caliber preserver ghost art is invincibility. Just think of like Mario when he gets that star. We essentially become completely invincible to any attack. So if somebody tries to phase through your chest and rip your heart out, right? Because they're destruction type and they can do phasing, right? They can turn their into non-physical temporarily and come out and stuff like this, they can't even touch you. They can't even go through because you have that high caliber ghost art. You're able to access invincibility. And so everybody fights differently based off their preferences, what they have. So I gotta think, what kind of clothes? I don't want to give her just like some blazer. I want her to wear more feminine clothes. So let me see. What is going on in this scene? I forgot why I made her do this. I don't remember. But we're gonna use what we have already, and we're gonna build on top. So yeah, ghost agents of preservation. They're typically people that have they're more of a tank, or just like complete. They are definitely a tank. But they're more of a physical. If they're an attacker, they're more physical attackers. So they're like in your face, enhancer type. I guess you'd say if you're thinking about Hunter x Hunter. So it all depends on the quality in your soul, like the qualities. High in creation, high in destruction, high in preservation. That determines the type of agent you are as a fighter. What's your story about? My story is about cloud agents in black who keep humanity asleep to the truly magical world we live in. Think Men in Black meets One Piece. In a world that's like as powerful and deadly as Dragon Ball Z, right? It gets to those levels in terms of fighting, and it has, like I said, I like power systems. I like to have strategy in the fighting and shit. So if you've ever seen Hunter x Hunter, that's something I aspire to include in the story, where it's not just the strongest win. There's a lot of different angles and ways to win, and ways to. There's so many different things to become a master at in the power system, where if you specialized in that, you know, like for example, like I said, triggering the ghost arts where you can fire, like you can do this thing called ghost triggering. Oh, okay. Let me just. Okay, but she has to put gas. I don't have gas. Yeah, she do. You gotta put gas. I had a dream you were smoking hookah, and you wouldn't share it. Yeah, and I was like, what the fuck? You need to become a hookah smoker. Take my car, but you need to get like $50. Damn, I have to focus. I'm live, guys. You guys are killing me. I'm live. Woo! Damn, bro. They almost got me doing some errands, y'all. Whoa, that was close. That was close. I barely survived that. They were gonna make me do some bullshit. Okay, so pull her shoulder off way too far. Like I was rambling on earlier. The story, think of it like Men in Black, she always flopping. That's your name. My shit always. Yeah, think of it like Men in Black meets One Piece and Hunter x Hunter or Dragon Ball Z. Alrighty. And it has to do with disclosure and like telling the world that fairy tales are real and shit. And basically, humanity, something happened to them a long time ago where their soul fell to like a measly 21 kilograms, which made them unable to perceive the full scope of reality, which means they can no longer see fairy tales, to put it simply. And they're stuck at 21 kilograms, and there was this secret government that was kind of created to protect this new world that was born from this event. and their biggest thing in the New World, the biggest taboo is to awaken a human, which is extremely dangerous because that could have social effects and like disrupt society as it is, and then also it can actually cause them to go insane. Some people cannot handle the truth. And so it's about kind of that a little bit, but then it turns into a story about sort of these greater cosmic horror-esque threats that have been kind of kept secret. So there's like a lot of secrets in the story where you'll have, from the perspective a human that barely woke up, right? Where you'll get to see how he sees the world and stuff. This is, for example, you'll see through Gumshoe's eyes, who's this private detective who perchance was got a hold of some soul specs, which you can see right here. She's wearing soul specs. When you turn it on, it allows you to see the soul weight, if the person is a citizen, a fairy tale citizen, or if it's a human, and to see their identity and everything, basically. It's like the ultimate dystopian government dream, It's called soul specs. Think of it like Dragon Ball Z, but with a dystopian twist, like with the routers. You know how they scouters? I mean, so they can measure the weight of your soul, but they can also, like I said, see your information about who you are if you're a citizen. If you're not a citizen in the human territory and you're a fairy tale, they have permission to just take your ass out. I'm sorry. It is what it is. It's dangerous. And what else was I saying? I was saying something else. On a tangent. Lucy is definitely a fighter type. You can see she's a little stronger. She's not like the skinny, petite. This right here isn't an example of her regular body, by the way. I just want to make sure that's clear. She's doing a move in that instance. She is strong though. I ain't gonna lie. She's strong. She's not there to play around, man. She's a cloud agent, You got some people running amok, and they gotta get slapped around a little bit, you know what I'm saying? They gotta be like, hey, you're not supposed to be here without a citizenship, right? And that's another part of the story that we get into, where fairy tales, a lot of these guys, they're just like me and you. They have families and kids and so forth, and they just want to live a good life, like me and you. But the issue is that you have this very fragile situation with the humans, most of humanity being asleep and being unable to handle the truth about their existence. And so that creates that sort of layer of like, you need to keep the status quo going. And so these fairy tales, if they even want to live a better life, because in the fairy tale territory, it's pretty much constantly dealing with this like fairy tale terrorist organization called Shabazz, and obviously you got the Cloud, which is that secret government. They make sure fairy tales don't unite because that's a massive threat for the whole system. You got Cloud Zero dealing with them specifically because there's like 10 clouds, right? There's Cloud 0 through Cloud 9. Cloud 0 is like the CIA cloud, and they deal with the fairy tale territory mostly. Cloud 9, they deal with that cosmic horror stuff I was telling you about. It takes place in the old world, where the new world is this like little freaking... I'll show you a picture. I'll show you guys a picture. Damn. Got me yapping today. What the heck is going on here? I haven't finished this one yet, but this is what I have nearby. I'll just show you this. Been lazy to finish it, but I'm going to finish it today, inshallah. Show you guys. I gotta zoom out for you guys to see. Yeah. So it's not completely done, but hold up, let me zoom out for you. So basically this little floating crystal ball thing is where part one of the story takes place. This is where, you know, we got the human and the fairy tale territory. You see that wall, that chunk in the middle of the orb, that floating castle in the center? So that floating castle is called Drakenfrey Castle. And, oh, sorry, YouTube. Hold up, guys. Let me zoom out for you. Let me zoom out. How about y'all? Zoomed out. So here's how the setup is, right? So you got this new world. This is called the New World. Around the New World is this mist called Limbo Mist. And what it is essentially mist that connects you to the limbo, right? The destructive, that, like I told you, that every soul has destruction, creation, and preservation aura within it, or spirit, to be more accurate. This also manifests in nature in the story. So this can manifest in many ways, and one of the ways is Limbo Mist. And what this is actually a protection from the old world, because any of these crazy cosmic horror or things that live out in this uncharted, crazy old world, if they try to go in here, they typically are going to get caught into this limbo mist, and then they're going to end up somewhere else, or they're going to end up... Depends. There's many things that can happen. Anyways, I don't want to get lost in that. This is Drakenfrey Castle. So in this castle right here, you got this giant ancient castle with these skeleton dragon wings sticking out for some reason. I'm not going to tell you. And then you have Unity City, this modern, fake utopic city that exists in the sky, and it's where fairy tales and humans supposedly unite. And the guy that created the cloud, it's a little more complicated. But the guy Grungy, this guy, his dream is to unify humans and fairy tales, right? I think it's a great thing, but he's immortal. So for him, like he could see many generations pass, and it's like whatever happens, the most safest way to happen is the best way to happen for it, and he doesn't want to, stir the pot. Let's just say that until he has to. So Runji, he created this city, Unity City, and it's supposed to be like a sort of symbol for what the new world should be, aspire to be. Then down here you got the human territories. You got North State, South State, West State, and East State. And they're sort of like representing the superpowers in the world today. So West State obviously represents the Western Hemisphere and their sort of their first civilization. Then you got these the sort of North State, which is more like Russian, I would say, influence, and other elements. And then you got the European, which would be like the South State, and then you got the East State, which is like the Asian superpowers, right? This story doesn't take place in the real world. It's a completely fictional world, but it's a reflection. That's what these guys are sort of based on. So you got West State and North State, East State, etc. Go over this wall, this invisible wall called the Blank Port. If you go over it, you go into the fairy tale territory, which over here you have, Brahmaden, Shivaden, which are these two opposing countries that used to be united as Vishnuden, but they separated because they have a difference they have a deep religious and philosophical difference in how they understand what beauty is. And so for the Shivadins, they believe that beauty is supposed to be internal. And so you'll see them being very modest, and unfortunately they're sort of a hotbed for fairy tale terrorist activity. But they're very modest with their clothing and style. They don't show off. You don't see the prowess of their civilization like you do with Brahmaden, which is almost like this futuristic fairy city. Oh, by the way, they're fairies, literally. Though that country is full of fairies, that they sort of have like an Indian, fairy, Irish. There's like a mix of mythologies that are tap into there. Then you have Zep-Tepi, which is the kingdom of genies, right? They can literally make wishes and shit. But it's a little more complicated than that story, right? This country, Zep-Tepi, they're able to materialize whatever they want, right? And everything is based off of the ghost art system that I was explaining earlier. So anything you see in the story world, it always goes down to creation, destruction, or preservation. These three spiritual forces that are in every soul, right? And the ratio of those three forces in one soul is called the Trinity percent, or ghost Trinity percent, right? So these guys in the fairies kingdom, they have a natural instinct to do a certain ghost art, which in their case is transformation, right? In the case for Zep Tepi, they're able to tap into materialization, which is a high caliber destruction art, right? And so in this country, they're more higher in spiritual destruction, you would say. The population, there's just more of people with a higher soul Trinity percent with destruction, right? While these guys over here, transformation is more of a creation, right? So they're higher soul, so their civilization has more creation. And there's other kingdoms. There's like Abaddon, which I can't tell you that, which has like a druid market, and basically Abaddon is like the richest mineral. Like it has the most spirit stana, which is it's the creation, destruction, preservation as a ore you can mine and like get and use and create special weapons and technologies from. They're crazy with the amount they have in that continent, but obviously the cloud and all these other forces take advantage of that, and it's become a hotbed for the druid market, which is like the black market where they sell the worst stuff you can imagine, except in a fairy tale context. And so you have like these fairy tale mafias, in this case the one that owns the druid market, and is so rich to the point where it could match the cloud government, the guys that run the new world apparently, right? It could match them with the level of money they have, right? Because they're generating so much money from the druid market. This family, their goblin family, they're called the Stiltskin Mafia. Okay, and these guys, they run the druid market, and they have, I'm just spilling too much. Anyways, so these fools, essentially, Abaddon has become a place where everybody takes advantage of it. It's where mercenaries are, where there's underground coliseums and a druid market. There's too much to go into, but essentially this is the new world, and all the stories taking place in this little marble that's floating in the old world where everybody's from. But the old world is so dangerous that the cloud has only gold class agents. Cloud 9 agents is what they're called, right? These specific ones that are allowed to go to the old world. And if you want to go to the old world, you have to earn that gold class. If you go there, they're not going to care to arrest you because you're going to die. Like, there's no way you're going to survive in this place, right? Because there's just such crazy creatures that live there. One example is there's this creature known as a Bahamut. If you got all the water in the world, in our Earth, and you gathered it and you held it next to it, it would be like a drop compared to it. Like, there's creatures that are so huge you cannot even fathom. And then there's creatures that are just so bizarre where like you need to know before. It's sort of like when we were figuring out medicine, someone had to kind of learn the hard way, right? They had to eat the wrong mushroom, and then we learned like, oh, don't eat that shiny mushroom, right? Like there's things like that where you have creatures where if you do the mistake, it's too late for you, and everybody better learn quick. So it's too dangerous. That's my point. And Cloud9 agents, they're the ones that have to deal with that, and they have like the highest mortality rate. Anyways, but they're not dealing with no problems over here, bro. Like, this is small world shit. But that's part one. Part one is dealing with this. Damn. All right. I did that for Sam because he's always here, bro, and Alyssa, if you're here, and whoever else is here that's helping me out. Appreciate y'all. So I gave you guys some info. I'm happy you guys to share the story. If you have any questions, bro, feel free to ask. I don't mind. If I can't tell you, I'll let you know because it's a secret, or I just don't know. I gotta be honest. But I have been working on this for a minute. So right now, let's get back to finishing this because I'm procrastinating. Clearly, Now I want to give her casual clothes, but because she's so freaking kind of like muscular a little bit in this thing. I feel like almost dressing her like a fighter kind of thing. I want to do that, but I want to also give her a casual, feminine kind of look, right? Because I could give her a freaking blazer and just have her have like a bomber jacket or something. And yeah, but that's not really that feminine. You know what I'm saying? And to be honest, Lucy is more of a feminine type, even though she's got obviously some muscle going on, right? So let me see here. Maybe I should just look at references. I don't know how to go for it. Dress. Well, if we want to make her more feminine, unfortunately it's inescapable. We're going to have to cover a little bit of these muscles. You know what? I'm just going to do another one. I'm going to do this because I really do like how she looks like her. She looks pretty cool. So, I'm going to keep this like the way I have it going on right here, where she's like in sort of fighting gear or something. Maybe even give her like fighting gloves, bro. She's in Tekken. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, going at 6. Okay, here we go. Let me see the comments real quick. What do we got going on here? No comments. Alrighty. Thank you, Ramen. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, it's there's so much, dude, that I wish I can tell you guys everything, but I might as well just draw it and show you, right? Yeah, so the main character, if you go on my page, you'll see him. He has purple hair, spiky sight like this character. His name is Soccer, or Soccer. Right? You guys are probably going to say Soccer. S-A-C-R or S-A-K-R. That's how it sounds like. This guy, his older brother, he calls him older brother, but really, he was found in that crazy place, the old world. He was found at the edge of the old world and went by this gold class agent named Keen, whose code name is Keen the Nuke Star, right? And the code names in the story give you a hint of what people call them on the in the druid market or the black market, right? So obviously there's people who want to take out cloud agents and kill them basically, so they're not a threat anymore to their criminal activities. But let me make sure that this camera's. There we go. Yeah, there we go. 666. So they'll give them they'll put a hit out on them in the druid market, and they'll. Fortunately, this camera's kind of bugging. Yeah, I want you guys to get blocked on TikTok. There we go. Yeah, so typically the druid market gives you a code name, or if you just get known for the way you fight, gives your enemy a little hint about what your calling is. So Keen, in his case, his calling is nuclear power. So he literally is a nuke man, if you want to say, and he's highest in creation, and his second highest is destruction. So the way he fights with his nuke power is he's able to create sort of different ghost arts. So you can create clones, for example, like you would say in Naruto, they have the clone jutsu. Creation, you can actually create abstractions of yourself or whatever through your ghost aura, if it's creation based. You can do a lot of different things, or you can heal, you can regenerate, and he uses these things in combination with his calling, as well as with his destruction ghost arts that he has. He uses that in combination with his nuke, and he does this nuclear fission boxing style. right? And he like beats someone up with his like nuclear gloves, and he tries to control it. And you can also nullify things, so like effects that would cause someone to get like cancer or something from his attacks. Like he would nullify that shit. He doesn't want to do that to people, but he could. He could if he wants to, which is really bad. He's not that type of person. Anyways, Keen, the nuke star, he finds our main character, Soccer. I gotta say his name like Soccer. I say it with an accent, and I know y'all ain't gonna say it like that. So, Soccer is his actual name. Soccer. Just say it like that. It's okay. It sounds weird. Soccer. He ends up getting saved by him, and Soccer doesn't even know his name. Actually, he has no memories. He's found in this ghost town where everybody is impaled by these giant scythes sticking out of the ground in the edge of this old world. And this town doesn't belong in the old world. Because if you're in the old world, you don't really see towns and like things that would be in the new world, right? So he's kind of confused by that, Keen, when he finds him, and Soccer is like terrified. And what he does is, because he's been in this hellhole all alone with no memory or anything, just like surrounded by all these people who've been killed by scythes, both townspeople and people in suits that have been impaled up in the sky with these giant scythes sticking out. Let me see if I can show you guys. No, I gotta focus. You guys could look at my page. I'm sure I colored a page about that in the end of the page if you scroll over down. But yeah, so he finds Soccer there, and Soccer is terrified, and Soccer impales him with the scythe. He has like a scythe that grows out of his arm, and he impales Keen after Keen hesitates, realizing like, bro, this threat was just a boy. It's a little boy that did all this shit. And he's confused and lost. And Soccer asks, who am I? He has no idea who he is, right? No memory or anything. And so what happens is Keen kind of comes to his senses and realizes like, okay, this is just a little lost kid. And yeah, I know I was sent here for a specific mission of collecting basically this person and like I'm not gonna say what it is. It has to do with like some evil shit and making weapons and stuff like that. But essentially, he has a change of heart. He says, no, I don't want his fate to be sealed like that. And so he comes to his senses as he's like bleeding, and he says, that's one secret you'll have to find out for yourself. And he nuclear bitch slaps Soccer. Sends him flying, right? And Soccer's terrified, thinking he's gonna get finished off by this guy. And instead of finishing him off, Keen gives him a hand, takes him in, raises him, basically. And they're traveling back to the new world. And as they're going to the new world, Keen realizes that Soccer has such pure destruction, spiritual destruction abilities that he cannot. It's too risky to take him to the new world, and he then tries to teach him how to access just basic ghost, not the more denser spiritual form of it, which is destruction, but just basic ghosts. And so he starts to train him in ghost arts as they're traveling back, and he slowly tries to help him remember stuff. One cool ghost art people can do if they're high in destruction is they can actually read your mind and even fish through your memories and like go into your mind like through ghost projection, right? And it's called projection or reading, but this destruction art basically allowed to do that. He has some destruction in it, but he's not able to do it that much. So he could probably access mid-caliber moves, low caliber, but not that good, you know? And so he does it, and when he goes fishing through Soccer's mind, when he was a kid, to find out like what his name is and like who he is and what's it all about and what happened in that town, he finds out that Soccer, every time he's sleeping, he's in front of this never-ending wall. that he saw at that place that he found something in the old world. And he's always in front of this wall that seems to be impenetrable, and you know, he's just like going around in Soccer's mind through his projection, through his ghost projection, and he's looking for answers about who Soccer is. And as he fishes more, he finds out a little bit of Soccer's true name, but he's missing a letter or two. So he finds these letters come up, and then he says, "Okay, that's her name." So that's how he gets his name. That's how it starts off. And so Soccer, he grows up with Keen, and 2 years pass, and he still can't even do basic ghost stuff. He can only just go straight to destruction aura, which is too deadly, right? And essentially, he could create a black hole and destroy the whole new world. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why he didn't want to bring him. So it was only until Soccer was able to prove that he can do the ghost cannon, right? Which is proof that, hey, you got mastery over your basic ghost aura, because you're able to concentrate to such a level where your ghost aura becomes like a mini sun, and you can fire them, you know? So he teaches him that, and he's unable to do it, and he keeps doing freaking these mini black holes of destruction, and you know, he's constantly having to nullify them. And he realizes the only way Soccer's gonna learn is because, like, Soccer thinks he's a monster. He thinks he's the one that freaking did those things to those people in the town back in the edge of the old world. He thinks that what he is a monster of destruction. That's what he is. That's what his destiny is. That's it. And he has all the evidence to point towards that. And so Keen is trying to kind of teach him, like, no, dude, like, everybody has a chance to discover who they really are for themselves. That's something that they need to have a chance to do. And Keen, he tells him, all right, I know how to get over this issue. There's like, it's a 50-50 shot that'll work. He takes him to the limbo mist above the new world, right? Because they're finally got to the new world. They cannot enter until Keen is satisfied, and with Soccer's training. And he pushes Soccer into the limbo mist. And he has no idea that his final test is this, that he needs to fire a ghost cannon at the limbo mist and like obliterate it in order for him to not only go to the new world, but to be able to join Keen on his trips to the old world, which he takes frequently. So he pushes Soccer in, and then he watches Soccer as like he falls into the limbo, and then you see these leviathans come out of the limbo, which are these creatures of pure destruction that devour souls that they can, right? And that's pretty much what they're about. And they're going after Soccer, and they're about to eat him. And every time Soccer does his ghost, it turns into destruction aura, and he fires it at them, but all it does is it makes them stronger and bigger and have more heads. So you got these like 10-headed leviathans and all these things, and they're chasing this little boy who's gonna fall into the limbo and pretty much die. And it gets to a point where Soccer, he's able to finally come to his senses at just like in the nick of time before he's about to get his soul eaten. And what happens is he kind of takes a breath and remembers his training, and he's able to finally produce a ghost flare. So a little ghost flare. Unfortunately, it's not enough. And so he's about to get eaten, but Keen saw that he finally was able to tap into his ghost aura, and he went in and he did the ghost cannon and obliterated the limbo mist and all that stuff that was in his way, right? And he saved Soccer. And then he says, all right, you can go to the new world now, but you have to promise me that you're not going to use your power or whatever, not until your destructive power, until you learn all the secrets that I've written in my spirit log. This book that he takes, that has all the notes of his time in the old world, this information that's really important but confidential. And only it has like a special property because it's created from these trees called the Sephiroth trees. That is there's a forest of Sephiroth trees in the new world. I mean, in the old world. And basically, it allows this journal for only the people who it rightfully belongs to, whose soul is connected to it, to read it. So he didn't allow soccer at that time until he passed the training to be able to read this secret journal, spirit log. And he told them that don't use your calling until you've, one, done the ghost canon, and two, understood. Not your calling. Don't use your power until you've understood the secrets in this book and you've mastered the ghost canon. Okay, and then he leaves them in the new world, and Soccer is training on his own to master that ghost canon, waiting for his brother, is now who he looks at like his older brother, to return. And what happens is the golden televator, which by the way I didn't mention. So in the story, there's these like elevators that exist. They're called trans-spatial elevators, or televator for short. Okay. So televators, this is a basic televator, but you can get more extravagant. Depends on if you have money and if you have status. There's a bunch of factors. But anyways, this is the modern way to travel in the new world and in the old world. There's special ones that could travel to the old world, and typically they're golden televators, but you can have your own customized version of it. And the cool thing about this thing, guys, if you're paying attention, is that outside it just looks like this lame ass elevator freaking box thing, right? But if you open it and you get inside, it can have from literally a mansion in there, or a presidential suite of a room with a pool and all this stuff, or it could go even beyond that, but we're not going to get into that. But or it could be just like a simple, like literally just like an elevator, like you're in there and it's just enough. It's a cheap elevator where it's just like a typical elevator where you go in. This can go all around the new world at high speeds, and it can also travel in the old world. Special ones can travel in the old world. You need a special one. So that's what it is. Okay. So the golden televator that Keen has, right? It comes back. It comes back to the new world, and when the doors open, Soccer's excited to finally see his brother. It's been like a year, and he's like, "Dude, I'm almost ready to master the ghost canon." He's excited to show his results. Keen is nowhere to be found. Instead, it's that spirit log, that book. It's covered in blood, and there's blood that comes out of the televator, right? And suddenly, Soccer, he can actually read it. He's looking at the book, Is it okay? Yeah? He can actually read this secretive book, this spirit log that belonged to his brother, and his brother's nowhere to be found, and he found it blood, and he's thinking like, oh my God, what happened? Did he die? What's going on? And so for the next God knows how long, but he doesn't eat, he doesn't sleep, he's just reading this book, and he's traumatized. He's like, where's my brother? Where's my brother? And he's reading and reading that, and he's literally to the point of memorizing. Everywhere he goes, he's memorizing this thing. And he spends so long in this golden televator just studying this spirit log and everything that's in it. And you would think he would have gotten something out of it. But because he doesn't have experience with those things that he read, they're so bizarre. He doesn't have that life experience. He's completely astonished, and he's like bawling and crying. He doesn't understand a thing in that. So not only does he not know where his brother is, and he found his very important book full of secrets, full of cloud government secrets, full of secrets about the new world, the old world, so much secrets. Not only does he not understand doesn't know where his brother is, he doesn't understand a single thing in this freaking spirit law. And it just tears him apart, and he doesn't understand what to do. Why am I drawing this character? I have to go back to doing this character. He's freaking traumatized. So what he does is he needs answers. He needs answers. So he takes his brother's golden televator, and he shoots up out of the new world, past the limbo mist, and he's trying to get past the limbo mist. It is late at night, it's pouring, and they had a funeral. They've had a funeral for King because he went missing. So the Cloud already in the books, Cloud 9, they said this guy's dead, right? Or he's MIA. That's what they wrote down, missing in action. They don't know about the spirit log and that King Soccer has this. They don't know about the television. They don't know about this stuff. So they just, for what it looks like, is they think King died. Missing in action, which is a typical thing that happens to Cloud agents, gold class Cloud 9 agents. They die. The whole world is crazy. So ultimately, what the hell was I saying? Soccer. He is running. I mean, he's in the televator, the golden televator, and he is bursting out of the new world, trying to get past the limbo mist, and these leviathans start to chase him, and he's terrified. He comes out trying to do a ghost cannon on them, but it's still puny, and they're about to eat him. And then the second time, he gets saved. He gets saved by none other than the Cloud Father, the father of the Cloud, the leader of the Cloud government that runs the new world. This guy named Runji, which I really want to show you guys right now. So I'm going to show you guys. Okay, give me a second. Here we go. This is does the ghost trading arts. Ghost trading arts work like Nan Curse energy or other energy. So like I told you, it's not ghost trading arts. It's called just ghost arts, or the Ghost Trinity art system, which is like the longer version of it. But ghost arts, it's based off of one's Trinity percent, which is either it's a ratio that represents the makeup of their soul. If it's high in creation, destruction, or preservation, which are these three primordial spiritual energies that are in every soul, and that if you're high in, medium in, or low in, allows you to access a pool, a umbrella of different ghost arts that are specific to that spiritual force. So destruction arts, preserver arts, and then you got creation arts. Creation arts, for example, regeneration. Preservation arts, for example, invincibility, or becoming like super buff, like she's becoming buff right here. Acceleration is called. And then you got freaking destruction arts, which you can create literally. These are high level people if they can do a high level. They have a high level of destruction in their soul, which means they can do like black holes or create freaking illusions, and or become non-physical and go through walls, or put their hand that's non-physical into your body and then make it physical and rip your heart out. They can do crazy stuff. No connection. Why does it say no connection? No connection. Why does it say? I don't understand. It shows that I'm connected. Can you guys see me on TikTok? Hello. I'm gonna have to end the stream. Can somebody say something on TikTok? Hello. Yes. Okay. So, is there any lag, Sam, or any issues? Because it says no connection. No. All right. Perfect. Okay. We can keep on rambling. So, like I said, the way it works, man, is you've got creation, destruction, preservation. Those are the three types. Think of it like rock, paper, scissors. Creation can wear down destruction users. Was it like that? Hold on, I gotta look at my notes because I think I had it earlier. But the point is, it's not a system where you have like one be OP and the others are not. So it's more like rock, paper, scissors, where you have destruction is like scissors. Creation is like paper and preservation is like rock. And rock can crush scissors. Scissors can cut paper and paper can cover rock, right? So there's a balance between these three. And ultimately they have ghost arts that are unique to their type that can balance or interact with their weakness, their natural weakness, and their natural advantages. They can play with that. There's a whole bunch of moves. But back to what I was saying with the story. So, Grungy is this character. He's known as the Father of the Cloud. I'll show you some of his concept art. This is some old art. How he looks like. He looks like a nice old man. Well, he's really strong. He's really strong. He's a diamond class, legit. And he is a artificial herald, or a false herald. That's why he has like these little wings. These are very old. I'm trying to find this one drawing I did that's really sick of him. Where's that other one? No way. Oh, I dropped it. There it is. There it is. But he doesn't have this eye patch thing. I took that off. He used to. But I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. So this is Runji. There's more art for him. This is the concept art as I was developing over the years. But yeah, he's OP. He's high in preservation. So he can do some crazy stuff too. But once again, it's not just a ghost art. But it's about sort of what you combine it with. It's more about what you combine it with. So here's a simple example. Let's say you have someone who's calling. It's really important, once again. Your Trinity percentage determines a lot for this dystopian government called the Cloud. It determines if you're going to be a threat to them or an asset to them or all these things. It also tells them a little bit about who you are, right? So this thing affects people's personalities. It's a reflection to a degree. The issue, though, is that the Cloud, they think that, you can quantify everything. And this is actually a modern issue we have now. But the Cloud, they're very much these, like we can break even everything down to this level, to the point where they created the Trinity percent system. You'll find that other races, like the genies, they have their own system that is similar. It's similar in understanding to the Ghost Trinity art system, but they call it different things. So in their culture, they call it Nar, right? So they're able to do things with something called Nar, but it is ghost. It's just ghost aura. So, but they understand it differently. They don't quantify it like the way there's a sort of spiritual thing that they have with it. For the Cloud, however, they just see it as a tool, right? And they use the Trinity percent to determine, is this guy's personality? He's high in destruction, which means he's probably going to be super rebellious. And you know what? It could mean he's also a threat to society at large. And they have such a fragile system where humans, for the most part, are asleep. And they can't see fairy tale kind, right? Because their souls are too weak or too low in weight. Not weak. It's not the right way to think. The weight of your soul doesn't necessarily imply strength. It's more about awareness and access, right? So, like I said, humans, their soul fell to 21 kilograms and it's stuck there in the story. Not in real life. And it's just a story, guys. And now, you know, they're very vulnerable to waking up and having their soul weight go higher because it will shock them. Something happened. And I'll tell you, I wish I could. But it happened a long time ago when there was no new world. And where's my water? Damn, bro, I'm getting thirsty yapping out here. Shit. Give me a second. Looks great so far. Hello, Andre. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sam, as always. Dope. All right, let's keep going. I was talking about the Trinity percentage and all that stuff. So, yeah, the cloud has this obsession with numbers. They use this Trinity percent to determine if you're going to be a threat or an asset, if you're going to be able to be controlled easily. Preservation types, unfortunately, typically they're the ones that kind of follow the path that's practical. That's in their nature. It's okay. Doesn't mean they're less or more, but they're, you know, I'll be honest, Lucy's kind of naive. She has a naive sense of justice in this kind of corrupt story world that's created here, where she thinks the cloud is actually good. And there is good guys in the cloud, don't get me wrong, bro. She's in the cloud, right? But there are forces, so many forces that you got double agents, and you got all these different elements of invaders or secret agents, like I said, double agents, that want the cloud to fall or use the cloud as a sort of power hub to get what they want in the world. So they'll measure the Trinity percent, and that will tell them a little bit about who you are as a person, and it'll also indicate the type of calling that you could potentially get. You know, like the type of moves, the type of fighting styles you'll probably ask. So ultimately, it's called determining like what agent, what type their soul, what type of agent they would be. Lucy, she's an agent of preservation. And that doesn't mean she like works for this company called Preservation. No, it means that she's a soul that is predominantly highest in preservation or preserver aura that's in her soul, right? Preserver spirit that's in her soul. Yes. So let's say you take somebody. You can have. Let's say a guy has 100%. Or he has 50% creation, 30% destruction, and 20% preservation. Okay, so that's his Trinity percent. So because his highest thing is in creation, you can look up the moves. Let me see the moves real quick. I think it was. So you can do high caliber preservation moves. You can do things, for example, like create. One second, y'all. Can't keep all this stuff in my head, so I have to write it down. One second. I went on a tangent because I was talking to you guys about when grungy came, and then I ended up in the Trinity % stuff, which is a total sidetrack. I'm sorry, guys. I cannot keep a straight fucking conversation going. Let me pull up the power system because I'm into this now. Where are you at? Why is this so light? Control F. Come on, dude. We're not responding. Really? Because I'm live streaming? Everything is based off of this. And there's other aspects. So what is ghost? Ghostly aura that is the remnants of one's spiritual force. Ghost is a term coined by the cloud to describe the phenomenon of ghostly remnant aura that emit from the spirit of a soul. The cloud believes souls do this to create the mind, or what is known as a person's ghost body. Creation, destruction, and preservation. Every soul has a ratio of these opposing spiritual auras that make up one's Trinity %. The types of ghost arts a person can access, the kind of unique calling a person will manifest, and even the way a person thinks and behaves is predetermined by the Trinity % of their soul according to the cloud, who use that number to calculate their value or threat level to the new world. Okay, that's crazy, but alright. Let's see, where was that? Power system. High caliber ghost arts. High caliber creation. Mid caliber preservation ghost. Almost there, guys. It's right here. Okay, sorry, I said some misinfo. So the genie kingdom, they can materialize. That's a high caliber creation ghost art, not a destruction ghost art. My bad. I gotta look at my notes sometimes. So, for example, the ability to create from one's ghost aura any object, technology, weapon, or item that they have extensive knowledge on. So that's the caveat. If you're high in creation ghost art, you have a high caliber of creation in your soul, then you're able to do shit like that. You can materialize stuff. You can do something called dwellers. The ability to create a ghost creature that is a dweller that has a higher degree of access to one's calling. So basically, a dweller is a creature that comes out of your soul that you can, if you're a high caliber creation user, you can actually do that. You can create these dwellers that come out of you, and they're sort of like your own creatures that are unique to your unique soul's calling. So if I have a fire calling, or I have an ice calling, and I'm high in creation, I can access potentially dwellers that are in my soul and use them in combat, pull them out, and make these massive threats and send them to my enemy. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever. It could have technical capability too. Doppelganger is another move they can do, which is the ability to create a perfect aura clone without splitting the original power. So that's kind of OP. Might have to do something about that. And then you got regeneration. The ability to regrow and rejuvenate one's body or limbs to the cellular level. That's fucking too much. That's too much, but that's a high caliber ghost art. You can, if you train in it, if you practice that specific ghost art, you can take it to that level where you're like Cell, regenerating from even the smallest cell. You know what I'm saying? So this is for the creation guys. The creation heads, they can do shit like this, which is OP. So, but I was saying earlier about the story, I showed you guys Runji for a reason, the Cloud Father. Basically, I'll take you guys back to the scene. Soccer finds the spirit log. He doesn't find his brother. The spirit log is in a puddle of blood inside the golden televator. And for days on end, for weeks on end, he's not eating, he's not sleeping. He's just reading this book with so many questions of where the hell is my older brother? Is he dead in the old world? Is what's going on? Why are they having a freaking funeral for him when there's something more going on here? I have his book. Nobody else can read it. Only I can read it because it's only visible to me. The writings within it is only visible to me for some reason. So that means his brother wants him to read it for some reason. So he has so many questions. And at the end of his very, very long, in-depth study of this spirit log, he comes out with nothing. He has no understanding of what the hell he just read. He just has information at this point. And so, just like his brother told him in the beginning of the story, when he was asking, who am I? He tells him, that's one secret you're gonna have to find out for yourself. And so, it doesn't matter if he shows him all these things in a book, right? He needs to experience and understand it directly for himself. Why am I drawing soccer right here? Sorry, guys. Let's go over here. Okay, we finished this. Okay, she's in a fighter mode. I like it. I kind of want to give her... What is with a fighter wear? Maybe some icon thing going on right here. Maybe in this story world, instead of Nike, they have something. What does Nike mean in Roman? Which means victory, right? So what would be victory? Or I could just do something different. Let me see. Psych. Just do psych. It won't be a check. It'll be like a freaking... I don't know. I'm gonna figure it out later. Don't freaking matter. Okay. Okay. So we got her. Should we give her bandages? Usually when they wear gloves, they have bandages, right? Nah. That's for boxing. This looks like some UFC grappling stuff. So this is... Yes, so back to the story. Soccer, he ends up, he's a kid, right? He gets the journal, gets the spirit log, covered in blood, full of secrets he can't understand. And he wants to know what happened to his brother. He needs to know. He needs answers. So what he does is he takes this elevator and he flies out of the new world. Tries to get past the limbo mist because he obviously doesn't know the right way to navigate this thing. He immediately gets into a freaking nest of leviathans who then try to consume his soul. And he's terrified. He's trying to use the ghost cannon like his older brother taught him and how he's been practicing for the past year. Tries to use that thing, but he's only able to create a puny ghost cannon. And unfortunately, what happens is he ends up about to get eaten by this thing again for the second time. But luckily for him, someone was tending the limbo mist like a garden, right? And it's the Cloud Father. And the guy that runs the new world that everybody's afraid of. Runji. Right? This OP guy. This OP freaking boss. So what happens is he immediately destroys these leviathans trying to devour Sasuke's soul. And he tells him, like, little boys shouldn't be trying to even think about going to the world. Why don't you earn your way there? And he hands him a card to Cloud 7, which is one of the 10 clouds in the story. There's Cloud 0 through Cloud 9. He hands him Cloud 7's card to go and listen. I don't want to add too much. And so that's what he does. He goes the next day pretty much. He goes and he enlists himself into Cloud 7. And it's recruitment day and he has to pass all these physical and all these things exams, these tests of strength and wits and so forth. And as he's sitting there, he likes to be a recluse a little bit at this stage because, you know, he's been through some traumatic stuff. And his brother, the only person that he really knows, because you got to remember, he lost his memories. So he has no memories before being found in the old world. He just knows that he woke up with these terrifying powers of destruction that can like bring out these sights and do this destructive aura so easily. It's instinctual for him. And he, you know, he just knows that. It's like sort of like that. And then he knows that, and then he's, you know, he woke up around all these people that have been impaled by scythes, and he's the one with this scythe ability thing going on here. He's put it 2 and 2. He thinks it's him, and so that's what he had upon coming back to like consciousness. Is this question? Is like, did I freaking do that? Am I really a monster? Right? And it was only this Cloud9 agent, his brother, who kind of told him, no, like, you got to find out who you really are for yourself, not just assume based off your environment, right? You got to go out there and find out that secret for yourself, which is another play on the themes of secret agents and all that stuff in the story, all of this stuff. So, what happens is, he has no memory, like I said, and his only person that's given him hope is his older brother, who just suddenly disappeared, sort of like abandoned him to himself. But didn't really. He doesn't know. But that's the feeling. And he's once again all alone, so he's like a recluse in the class. He's all the way in the back of the class, and all he's doing is obsessing over this book. And as the teacher is explaining how ghost aura works and like what its practical uses are, and he starts explaining the Trinity and all that stuff, the system, he sees that Senbai, the blue hair guy, the other, like the Lancer character, I guess I'd say the Vegeta of the story. Not really though, to be fair, he's more like a Zoro, but a little bit like a Vegeta too though, I ain't gonna lie. He has more of a rivalry with the main character than a Zoro does with Lupin. But he does turn into a Zoro, I will say that. He does kind of turn into a Zoro. But the point is, Senbai, who's also in this class, he is, he's sleeping in freaking class. He's sleeping. He's not paying attention. And so as the teacher's explaining Ghost, he does a live demonstration of Ghost, aura techniques and stuff like this, Ghost arts. And he uses, because the teacher is high in destruction, he basically becomes non-physical, goes all the way to the back of the class where Senbai is sleeping and Soccer's like deep in the spirit log reading, super invested in whatever he's reading. And he phases through it, he comes out, and then he puts his, he slaps, I forgot, I think he does something else. The point is he slaps him. He slaps Senbai, Senbai wakes up, and Senbai thinks Soccer slapped him, or some shit. And so he starts confronting Soccer, he's like reading the book or whatever. And then that's where Senbai threatens to like rip the book up or whatever. Like, you're gonna come make a fool out of me in front of the whole class, whatever. And you know, Soccer's innocent. And as they're about to throw down, the teacher then phases his arm into Soccer's head and into Senbai's heart. So he has his arm like a ghost in their chest, and he is like waiting for them to make a move. And then Soccer, he tells him, like, dude, don't even move, bro. Like, don't even move right now because he can literally kill us. He can like rip out my brain and rip out your heart right now. He's got us. And he's like, what are you talking about? You know, Senbai doesn't believe him. And he tells him no, and the teacher's like kind of interested, like, how would you know something like that? Because that's kind of like secret government info, bro. How do you know that? Anyways, he doesn't go further questioning that, but you know, he suspects that he's read it in that book or something. And and then you have basically Senbai. He takes heed of Sakura's warning, and then like they basically calm down. And he tells them that you guys got to pay attention. And then he starts teaching them about the Trinity percentage and how it determines basically if they're going to be a threat to the cloud or whatever, and if they're going to be an asset. Everything depends on this. And they all go up. Lucy, she goes up. Turns out she's high in preservation. Sakura goes up. I mean, the Senpai goes up. He's high in creation. And then you got Sakura, who's like one of the last ones to go up in class. And everybody's kind of been weirded out for him. He has like this sort of ominous vibe that he has at this point in the story, where he's like really depressed because you know, his brother just went missing and he doesn't know, and all these things, all these questions. And so people were kind of weirded out by his vibe. He had like a dark vibe to him. So they were kind of nervous on it. They were staying away from him. And they don't like Senpai either, because like that guy got, how many times did he flunk the class, and how many times did he, like, he's just like a troublemaker. He like big fights and shit. And so that's how they perceive him. And by the way, it's not like Naruto where they're all the same age. Okay? In this story, it's more like anybody can be a cloud agent. It could be a fairy tale, it could be a hybrid, it could be a human that's awake. Anybody, at any age, doesn't matter. What matters is like your strength and like your prowess, you know, your skills, your strength, so forth. So, yeah, don't imagine like it's a class full of kids and shit like this. This is not what I want. It's more like anybody can be a hunter in Hunter x Hunter, where you have all these weird characters that can do that. So like that's what I'm more interested in, that kind of setup for the story. Anyways, so Kogan, the teacher, he tells them that, hey, you know, let's line up. We're gonna figure out your Trinity percentage. Senbai's high in creation, Lucy's high in preservation. And when it comes to Sakura's turn, everybody's kind of weirded out by him. They're like, oh, this guy's creepy. And he does the thing. So you have to go to this piece of paper. It's a special piece of paper that has a special property that allows them to you put your ghost aura in there. What up, Angel? Yeah. So you put a little bit of your ghost aura into this special property, this special paper. I mean. It's called a Trinity Rorschach, and it creates this Rorschach image that is reflective of your inner spiritual self or whatever. But it creates like a weird image or something like this. It could be abstract, it could be extremely clear, and you know, like it depends on what your Trinity percentage is. And based off of that, the computer measures your percentage, your Trinity percentage, and it gives you a number. And so when it came time for the main character to come up, he does it, but remember, he has issues with measuring and using just basic ghost aura, that he accidentally puts out just pure destructive spiritual aura onto the page. And what that does is it makes the page turn completely black, it starts to float, and it creates this limbo mist-covered portal that freaking conjures up like leviathans coming out of the limbo. And these leviathans start attacking the freaking class, and it's like this disaster, and everybody's terrified. And you know, the teacher's about to use his power, you know, but then suddenly you hear a lightning strike, and you see the chief Matsuo. He comes in and he slices up the leviathans and just cleans up the situation pretty much. And what happens then is that the whole class looks at the percentage that came up on the giant projector that's in the back of the classroom, and they see that it says 0% creation, 0% preservation, and 100% destruction. So they're freaking out. They're like, "Whoa, this guy's probably gonna be a future serial killer, or like, I don't know what. This guy's a evil person for sure, based off of this result." Okay, and what happens then is, they have to volunteer to join his squad, right? So nobody wants to join soccer squad, and because of that, the chief tells him that, "Look, I'm sorry. I know that you have your reasons. You have like a reason, I don't know why, but you have a reason why you want to join the cloud and stuff, but I can't help you. If nobody wants to join you, then, according to protocol, you can't become a cloud agent. You need a squad in the beginning. There's a whole process to this stuff." And so, because nobody wants to join him, he's not allowed to become a cloud agent, climb the ranks, and become gold class to earn his way and legally go to the old world, and learn things about his older brothers and sisters. And so that's a huge obstacle. But Lucy, she's the first to kind of stand up and say, "I volunteer." And she believes that just because Lucy, her father is actually the chief, and her father straight looks like the devil. So everybody kind of in the cloud, they call Cloud 7 it's sort of almost like the loser cloud, you could say. They call it the devil's cloud basically, and that they have the worst agents and so forth, and they're like the underdogs kind of, right? And so everybody looks down on her father, even though he's the chief of the cloud, and that he's actually a really cool guy. He's not the devil, okay, guys. Making that clear. Demons are a race in the story, and you're gonna learn things about Matsuo, the chief of Cloud 7. You're gonna learn things about him that's gonna make you realize no, he's the furthest thing away from what he appears on the outside. So Demonation really deals with teaching you guys how to gain discernment. And discernment is a quality that you're gonna need if you're gonna want to know the truth. Because there's a lot of things on the outside that really clearly. Why am I adding a vein here, bro? I fucked up. She's not doing her thing. She's not doing the muscle form. It's just her regular muscle. That's a lot of muscle, though. I might have to cut down a little. So she stands up and she says, how can you judge him based off his Trinity percent and assume that he's a horrible person and not allow him into the cloud because everybody's afraid of him? We should give him a shot, just like people assume you're a monster, that this is the devil's cloud, this is the worst cloud, She decides to prove, she has an agenda. She wants to prove that her father's not, to raise the name of Cloud 7. That's what she wants to do. And so she joins soccer squad. That's how she becomes connected to him. And then you have Senbai, who's next up. He joins, and it's because obviously he wants to see what everybody's so scared about. He wants to. He could sense that this guy has some deadly ass intent and some crazy power, and he just witnessed the Leviathan and all that. So he's interested in fighting with soccer. That's pretty much why he wants to join. He's not scared of soccer. That's it. So he joins, and that's how these guys become connected. And from then on, Cloud 7, they deal with human territory. And so what they're mostly concerned with is making sure humans stay asleep in the human side, right? And making sure any fairy tale citizens aren't acting up, that they're wearing their citizenship, makes them look human to the humans instead of invisible. And they make sure that if there's any fairy tale, legal fairy tale people coming in from the blank port, like, they get taken out immediately, or if anyone tries to wake up demons and stuff. So they're doing their job, you know, and they're basically on patrol in Newborn City, which is where Cloud 7 is closest to Newborn City, so that's their jurisdiction. And okay, let's erase this one and just color it, because I want to knock these out. I might want to put another one in the middle, but I really like this pose up here, this character, Lucy. Thank you. I work traditionally on my manga to explain stuff sort of like that on my channel. Very dope, Angel. Very dope, bro. Very dope. I love that. I will definitely check out your work, though. Just drop a link in the chat or something. I will check it out for sure. Appreciate you, bro. Unable to go live. I knew the TikTok shit is bugging. Hold up. I really like this pose, so I want to do this pose before I draw something in the center for her. So, let's see. No connection? Doesn't make sense. 7 gigabytes. Is it slow on YouTube? Angel, can you tell me if it's slow on YouTube? Like, is there any lag? No connection. I don't get it. Maybe it just overheated. I think it just overheated. Oh shit, it's 10:30? What up, guys? Welcome to the live. Like, share, comment, do your thing, guys. Let's get this up. I unfortunately got disconnected on TikTok. I don't know if it overheated or just the internet's really shitty. It might get disconnected again, so I'm sorry about that. Okay, let me get my eraser out. This should be plenty dry at this point. Nope, not even. Great! Oh my goodness, so much graphic. Clean it a little bit. I gotta get through these traditional parts quickly because honestly, I get hung up on this. I don't really like to work on a computer. It's annoying to have it to look at a screen for so long. You know, I have glasses that I used to wear to work on there, but I just don't like the texture, the feeling. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there's a screen, I don't feel like I'm making that contact. And then the art kind of looks too clean, like almost plastic. So, I like that. I don't like it. So that's why I like traditional, but man, traditional I end up smudging and making a mess. It is what it is! What up, guys? You know what? Let me see if can I send this to my boy Sam? Appreciate it. Sam, thank you so much, dude, for always liking the lives and you know, always showing up, bro. I appreciate it. It's constantly dead, dude. I don't get it. I don't know why it's not pushed. But, this, honestly, and I'm not even trying to brag, but I know it's not the art. The art is there. It's cool. The story is cool. The concept is cool. I don't know. They just don't push it. People want to maybe judge me and say, no, you're the problem. I don't know. Maybe I'm the problem. But I don't I don't think so, because I see people that they don't have even like a grain of what I'm doing. You get so many people in their lives. You know what? Let me get the dip pen because I want to make some nice line work. What up, Sam? Sam, Rocket Art. And I have to look through the comments again, but you guys are the OGs, bro. Appreciate you, and Alyssa, of course, and appreciate you guys so much. You know what? Before I start inking, let's just finish the pencils for it. Already jump into So every cloud has a tie badge that they wear. So, you know, and they get to choose where they want to put it. But the point is that Cloud 7's tie badge is the symbol of their chief, Mitsuo, right? So you got this 7 that he has like this lightning bolt beard that I've turned that into a 7. And then you got like this little chibi, you know, demon kind of symbol, right? That's Cloud 7's tie badge. That's their icon. Do you have any recommendations for pens? Yes, I recommend you get G-Nibs, practice G-Nibs, and get the leader Black 4 or Black 2 or Black 6 or any of those. Those are really dark, they're good. And if you want to do a fountain pen kind of thing, I recommend this one right here. It's called Pilot Superfine Falcon Gold Nib, and you want to get noodle-less ink. Noodle-less ink. Because fountain pens, they can't handle the thickness of the darker inks that you get with the leader inks. Alright, so from my experience, it just gets clogged really often, and it's really nice. It's not too bad. You can play it. You can mess around with it. It'll work just fine. If you're trying to be efficient, the best thing would be to kind of have a combination of those things. So one clogs, and you have to constantly clean. You just keep moving, keep going. Thank you, Sam. If it disconnects, bro, my bad. Something's wrong with the internet connection. It seems fine. It says no internet, but they just took it off for some reason. So, Sam, do you remember where I left off? Or do you have any questions for me? Does anybody have any questions, bro? I can't see what you put up in the studio. I'm taking notes. Let's see. So yeah, it's called the Pilot Falcon Superfine Fountain Pen. And then, like I said, G-Nibs and the leader ink is good. And for the ink for the fountain pen, it's Noodleless Feather ink. Thank you, bro. You're about to draw her. Okay. No, I mean story-wise. Okay, I guess I just rambled in about it. So I want to figure out something. It's not enough just to have a crowd time. All right, guys. If you like what you're watching, like it, share it. You know, try to get this thing to reach as many eyes that would enjoy this as possible. So let me X this out. I think what's going on. We should be good. We're good. This is out. Okay. So Lucy, her goal is to raise the reputation of Cloud 7 because she doesn't like the way people look down on the Cloud and her father. And they call it the Devil's Cloud because, you know, they're shit talkers. It has the smallest budget on top of that. It used to be a park. Like, there was no Cloud 7 until a certain incident occurred 10 years ago in Newborn City that forced the creation of Cloud 7, which was predominantly hybrid human demons. So demon humans and demons. For some reason, 10 years ago, they had to turn this Cloud 7 that was just a park into a freaking patrol cloud, and like, you know, hey, we're gonna need this, and there's a lot of human hybrids, which there is something obvious about. So we're never gonna do. So she sees how everybody trash talks her dad, and wow, all the work he put into all this mud sorts here. He's a hard worker, dude. He's a hard worker, and you know, she hates it, and her dad like really is one of those like really loving but overprotective dads that spoils the crap out of it. Like the kids can't do anything wrong. Yeah, that's actually, I think that was her side. So yeah. So that's her goal in the beginning, at least. And as she goes on her journey, Lucy, she begins to encounter the injustice that Cloud kind of has created in the new world, especially in the human territory. She sees how fairy tales are treated like second-class citizens, how they're automatically seen with suspicion. Because this is the human territory, mofo. You know, and so there's sort of there's a lot of layers to this thing. Imagine if you have to pretend not to be whatever ethnicity you guys are from. You have to blend into the new society. You have to forget that, in fact, pretend it doesn't even exist. And then you have kids that have to do that in their generation, the generation after that. What does that do to a people who have to live a life? You know, so fairy tales cannot be themselves, right? And it's because of this situation in the world, in the story world. And she starts to come in contact with this sort of unfairness, this inequality, you could say, just how humans kind of are preferred for some reason. And then you find out, of course, there are humans that are awake, and unfortunately, there's some humans that are awake, that have been born awake, because not everybody got affected by this curse thing that happened. They are raised to follow this like forbidden religion that has been like illegal to follow. It's a doctrine called the path to Siegfried. In ancient times, before the New World, there was this king who essentially claimed that because humans have he saw that humans, that they have an instinct called inheritance, and that's the reason why they are the only ones able to mix with fairy tale kind. So you can't have a fairy and a goblin, or a fairy and a demon, or a genie and a goblin, or whatever. You cannot have vampires are a different thing. Vampires are they're more like almost like a hybrid thing, which we're not gonna get into. But you can't mix them and have a baby like that. We're not gonna have anything. And so humans are actually the only ones that are able to kind of, help create a healthy baby from a fairy tale and a human mixing. They can create a hybrid. So Siegfried, this ancient human king, he learned that if humans keep on mixing because of this instinct, he called it inheritance because he believes they are the ones that were destined to have the world. Not just, we're talking about the whole world. They are the ones, the crown of all the peoples, superior people, whatever. And that inheritance, that instincts to mix, that instinct to be even able to mix with fairy tales and make babies and hybrids, like that is a proof that yes, they are the ones destined to rule. And but he starts to get haunted by these nightmares of the future where they mix so much that humans are pretty much gone. They're like, there's only hybrids now, and like first generation hybrid, second generation hybrid, and it's something that terrifies him so much so that he decides like he needs to control this instinct that humans have access to, and it's so valuable. So he created this religion and created a kingdom where it subjugated fairy tale kind, turned them into slaves, and it really just fucked shit up, bro. It really was a bad time for fairy tales. And they're not innocent either, guys. Listen. They're not innocent either, trust me. When Siegfried was just like a young man, before all that stuff happened in those ancient times, humans were pretty much seen as cattle or slaves. They were at the bottom, for sure. And you had like dragons and fairies dominating, their kingdoms dominating. But once he rebelled and he raised that rebellion and he took over, bro, like imagine a human coming up like that, that's crazy. It has to do something with his calling, which I'm not doing. They became really like, unfortunately, they started doing the same things that they got done to them. Unfortunately, that's kind of how it goes. And so Siegfried, he gets these like nightmarish dreams of humans being sort of eradicated out of existence through just their ability to mix with fairy tales, and that there's just hybrids. It's just everyone. And so he creates this doctrine, and he teaches how humans are superior, and they have the right to rule. Da 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 da. Fast forward, crazy incident occurs. New world has to be created, and most humans, their soul weighs 21 kilograms now, and they can't even see fairy tales anymore. All they have is stories and a foggy memory that's at that point in the story. And over time, you have obviously humans that weren't affected by this event, by this curse, and their soul is just fine. There's nothing, they can see the fairy tales. They also have to pretend that fairy tales aren't real. And the cloud, the government of the New World, these guys, they make sure that's how it stays. So and they forbid this religious path, this doctrine of path to Seaford. And where was I going with that? Yes, so you find that a lot of fairy tale citizens are treated like second-class citizens because secretly there's a lot of double agents who work for, that secret society, right? The Path to Seaford. And they're secretly infiltrating the cloud. They're secretly creating a surplus of humans that wake up, but when they wake up, they brainwash them into the Path to Seaford, and they make them like, oh, fairy tales are monsters, they're not to be trusted, look at the all this stuff. And they are the ones supposed to rule, that they're better, superior than all. And so you have that kind of in the story world kind of running amok super. There's other elements to that, of course. You got the polar opposite of these guys. These guys, they follow something called the Truth of Shah, and it's the most popular fairy tale religion. These guys, they follow the Truth of Shah. What the Truth of Shah actually teaches isn't what this radical group of fairy tale terrorists preach. It's the opposite. Unfortunately, they're able to twist it, as always. And so what it teaches is that no matter how you look like on the outside, you all have a soul, and because of that, you have an inherent value, you have an inherent equality. There's an inherent equality because you have a soul. Put it simply as that. That's the doctrine. And Esther Shah, who's the guy that the Truth of Shah, his teachings is from, he was this miraculous being, Esther, which is another race in the story. It's a very special race. Who would just go, I can't tell you about it. I actually can't tell you about it. What can I tell you about it? I can only tell you what he was teaching. Okay? That Truth of Shah teaches no matter how you look like on the outside, how different you look like, you're the same on the inside. You all have a soul, you're all equal. And this is like the polar opposite doctrine of the Siegfried. And there is this fairy tale terrorist group who hates the cloud, who doesn't believe humans are redeemable, right? Because they know the history of Siegfried, and they don't believe in this pipe dream that Grungy tries to preach about humans and fairy tales coexisting. They don't believe in that. They say, no, that's a pipe dream, bro. Humans, like, there's something off with them. Yeah, like, all souls are equal, but humans, they got something dark. That's how they kind of justify it, because of all the trauma they've been through, which is really because they experienced a lot of problems in their homelands from human cloud agents that are unfortunately most likely a part of the secretly. And so they've internalized some things. And there was this historical figure named Rethrin Gang. She was a fairy tale living in the human side, and she just didn't like that they were not living in peace together, that fairy tales have to keep up this lie, and like for generations and generations it's going to go by like this. And she created this special drug that she tried to convince the cloud government to put into the water and food supply of the sleep human population in the human territory. She tried to convince them to give that it's not harmful. She did all the studies, showed them that it doesn't affect them. It actually helps their soul weight grow at a very natural rate, like not a natural rate, but at a steady rate, where it won't be shocking. They won't be shocked into waking up. So she created that for that purpose, but they're old heads. They rejected her. They're like, hell no, what the hell? You trying to change things around here? Not on my watch. And didn't go through. And so what she did was she got all the fairy tales, she became like a social figure for the fairy tale citizens of human territory. And she told them, you know what we're going to do, guys? We're going to deactivate the citizenship all together at once. And block all these roads, block all these things, so we could get the attention of the cloud and make sure they freaking know that we mean business, y'all, through non-violent protesting, right? That's what their goal was. And unfortunately, guys, you know how this story goes. She, Rethrin Gang, you know, she's a very moving figure. A lot of people loved her, believed in her, especially the fairy tale terrorists, radicals that were. They were not radical until this happened. When this event occurred to Rethrin Gang, when she, I don't want to say how old her. Once she did that protest all around human territory, humans suddenly said, like, why are these people blocking the roads? What's going on? To the humans that are asleep, they see these people as just humans. They don't see them as fairy tales and all this stuff because they have a citizen chip in their neck. It's a scramble chip. And what happens? See, now it's going into this territory. What happens, guys, is everyone goes quiet once they see these humans that are really fairy tales. And what the heck is going on? Why is there this huge protest all around the world? And on the mark of 3, 1, 2, 3, she tells them all to take off their citizenship, right? That's in their neck, right here behind them. They're not supposed to take it off. And they take it all off at the same time, and then suddenly, all the humans that are asleep, they're looking at nothing. All those people just suddenly disappeared in their eyes. They became invisible. And you see like this little kid, he's getting closer and closer because he's curious, and he's a human that's supposedly asleep. He sees slowly a silhouette of aura, he starts to see, and then suddenly many people start to see the fairy tale citizens. They're actually fairy tales. They're not human. And, you know, they're like shocked. They're afraid. They don't understand, like, what the hell are we looking at? And those memories start to flood in a little bit for some people. They start to see, like, oh my God, they've always been like that. So, for example, if you have a asleep human, you know, and let's say I'm an asleep human in the story. My neighbor, let's say he's a goblin, or I don't know, let's just say a goblin. Okay, he's a goblin monster. Okay, so he's actually a goblin, but to me he looks human when I look at him because he has a citizenship in his neck. Okay, because he's got a disguise. Right? And every day I interact with him. He's a cool guy. I chill with him. I know his kids. He knows my kids. Whatever. We're cool. We're cool with each other, right? I don't know he's a fairy tale. Then suddenly, let's say I experience awakening. I start to wake up. Something happens. Some event. Whatever. And all of a sudden, all the memories I had of my neighbor, who's a goblin actually, but to me I've always thought he was human, right? They suddenly become replaced with the reality of, no, he was a goblin the whole time. And so those memories of me sitting, hanging out, you know, smoking, chilling, whatever it is, hanging out, watching the football game, whatever it is, I suddenly see he's actually a goblin the whole time. And like me interacting with him, all the good memories, he was actually a goblin the whole time. And so this is a shocking thing, but some people don't. They say like, oh, that's how you actually look? Well, why'd you have to cover up with it? Some people don't take it like that, right? And so you have, you know, different reactions to this event. And in the crowd, when she sees like that little boy come up to him and then come up to her, Rethrin, she like reaches out her hand to like let the little boy like touch her hand because it's like, yeah, I'm real, I'm not human, but I'm a person just like you, right? I'm a fairy tale, whatever. You know, she gets shot. She gets shot in the chest by someone in the crowd on the human side. Okay? And she drops dead. Okay? And whole fairy tale citizen, all of these guys who were like, they believed in this dream that, hey, if we get this special drug into their food supply, that they could finally wake up, we don't have to live this lie anymore. All this stuff. Suddenly, they saw it in front of their eyes. Humans are not to be trusted. Ain't nothing gonna change, and that's how it is, right? That was the goal, to convince them that. And then those people in the fairy tale side who saw that event occur, they're like, no, humans really are different. We're never gonna trust them. We're not gonna make that mistake again. And so they became radicalized. And they started to fight back, and their goal became to bring people bring the fairy tale territory as one united force through their religious doctrines that they unfortunately manipulate. And this leads me to the conversation of who the real enemy is. Okay, so the real enemy isn't the person that shot Rethrin Gang in the story, right? The real enemy is going to be someone that nobody, for the most part, nobody wants to believe in anymore, right? Because these beings, they're invisible. And it's only if they're interested in your soul that they'll let you see them. There's only a rare few who could actually see them. And these beings are known, and there are a specific group of them. They're these ancient beings who are known as soul merchants. So the soul merchants, these guys, they, this is off. This is way off. Maybe because it's foreshortening? No, it just feels off. Maybe, I think so. Let me just kind of draw through your shoulder over here, neck would be here. This would be your arm would have to come here. It shouldn't bend over there, right? So that's why. Here. Yeah, so these ancient beings, these invisible soul merchants, a specific group called the Malbranch. They're dealing with, like I told you guys, the New World is such a small thing compared to the Old. There's forces that are beyond our imagination that are messing with us in the story world, and they have a goal, a greater goal for all souls, for the whole story world. Okay, and for them, they're trying to create chaos, because what that does is basically they want to create more destructive spiritual, or create an imbalance in the world, in the world, and the way the world's, all the souls as a total, to have higher levels of destruction, or destructive spiritual beings from around, and being just causing havoc, making problems, and for our ultimate goal. You cannot get into that. I can't get into that part. So the Malbranch, these guys, they're the ones that actually manipulated that person to shoot Rethrin Gang at that exact moment. Some might say it was actually a soul merchant possessing someone. It could be like there's things like so. What happened was, once they saw that, like I said, the whole world, fairy tale and human side, became a dangerous place. It became something where fairy tales no longer have this belief that, oh yeah, humans and fairy tales can unite and we can live in peace. And nah, that was completely denied. And like I said, it was the freaking Malbranch. The map of branch. Blame it on the map of branch. These guys are low key behind me. all the freaking manipulation that's going on in the story. Everybody's making a deal with the freaking story. So you got a freaking radical group, these fairy tale terrorists called Shabazz, or the Friends of Shah, where they're just raising havoc and they're trying to overthrow the allied fairy tale countries to the cloud. So they're trying to overthrow, they already overthrew Shivaden, so they took that over, and they're trying to overthrow Brahmaden, and they're fighting right now with Zep-Tepi, and in Abaddon it's like a no man's land, and they're like, there's so much corruption, and so you got that group going crazy, and then you got the humans. Now that they're awake, it's like, oh shit, the cloud steps in, and they're like, okay, we need to put all these people back to sleep, and so they drop the amnesia bomb, which is a special type of technology that they have to make sure humans go back to sleep. It's sort of like sedating them, and it's really like it weakens over time. And let's just say they had to use it before, and so the population at that point, they became more immune to it, but it's still affecting them. And so amnesia bomb drops, and we could just forget about this ever happening for now. But because of that event, they saw how she lost her life and how it caused so much havoc, and how fairy tale terrorists, Shabazz, are like striking the human territory nonstop, and it's like, Ranji decides to step in, the father of the cloud, and he says, okay, I'm going to approve this, and but you guys got to back off, you guys got to sign this peace treaty, and any fairy tales that come into this side now, any fairy tale people who want to become a citizen of the human territories where it's much safer, where there's not war and manipulation going on like over there, you can somewhat carve out a life for you and your family. You guys are going to have to get the citizen chips implanted into your neck. This, like I said, citizen chips are scrambled chips that make the fairy tales look human to the asleep population of humanity. And that's his deal. From now on, that's what it is. We're gonna start putting the special drug that she created, that Rethrin Grant created. We're gonna call it Rethrin, and we're gonna start putting it as small doses into the human food supply. Their supply of food and water. And generations pass, and it's supposed to take effect eventually to where humans can kind of peacefully wake up. That's their goal. And so, yeah, man, there's, like I said, there's a lot of things in the story world, a lot of historical events that occur. Show you guys, but it's gonna take forever to get to that part of the story. I know. That's more like lore of the story, but it's important. It's important to kind of know what shapes the world. Why is it the way it is? Who are the heroes? Who are the social heroes? Who are the figures? Let me see how I want to draw this. So she's running. I think she's. So, shouldn't have the knee like this. So if she's running, this leg over here. We gotta make sense of this code real quick. I think what I'll do. So there's this arc in the story where there's like this gargoyle pimp guy. His name is Gorgon Masochist. And Lucy's always kind of trying to get out of her father's wing because he's such an overprotective dad. He doesn't want her to face danger as much as, but she's attracted to social justice. Not social justice like in the way we think about it, but more like she's attracted to the cloud and what they're about and what they're supposed to represent, which is like stability in this crazy world in the story. And that's her thing, and so she couldn't stop her from becoming a cloud agent. So she, and now he's sort of trying to limit her. Some guy, he's a Cloud Zero commander. He came up to her during her brother's engagement party. He told her that I want to hire you. He works for Cloud Zero. Like Cloud Zero, CIA guys. They deal with the fairy tale side, making sure they don't unite, and just dealing with all those problems. He tells her, like, look, I see you have so much potential, and I have a secret mission for you that I think you would be perfect for, because we're trying to catch Gorgon Masochist, this gargoyle pimp guy who traffics fairy tales and hybrids and humans. Yes, unfortunately. He traffics them, and he sells them to the mafia, to the druid market. He's a really rich bad guy. We want to catch him, we want to save lives, and he offers her the opportunity to go undercover as someone who is trafficked to him, like just a part of the shipment. She agrees to it, but her father says, "Hell no, hell to the no, you want to get the hell away from my daughter." So he tells her. And, Lucy's pissed off about that. She says, "Bro, I could do more than you think. I'm not some little girl that needs to be protected." Right? That's how she thinks about it. But really, her father was right. Her father knows things about Lucy that Lucy has yet to discover. Let me just say. Let me lock in this pose because I'm kind of sticking way too long. She has a little. So in that arc, she's dressed as like a maid that's being she's like a trafficker. They put her in like this maid outfit or whatever, and Gorgon is supposed to think that she's not an agent, not a cloud agent, that this isn't an undercover mission, that she's just like part of the shipment that's coming, right? And as that unfolds, she sneaks off and she actually says, "I'll take the mission," and that basically, her father can't decide what she can do for her future. You know what I'm saying? What she can do, how far she can go, and that basically, her father has no right to do that. This is like a professional thing that she's a cloud agent, and she can choose if she wants to take on a mission. That's her right. And so she says, "Yeah, I'm going to take the mission. Yes, please." And the Cloud Zero commander guy, one of the many Cloud Zero commanders. There's a chief of Cloud Zero, by the way. And he's like this zombie guy who's this master general. His name is Griefer. He's fucking dope. But for him to kind of numb the pain of being just like a zombie, he's always drinking heavily to numb that. But he's like a master strategian, and he's got like, I can't get into him too much, but basically he's the guy that runs Cloud Zero. And there's many other clouds. Each cloud has a chief. Each cloud has a badge that represents their chief. So Cloud 7 is this one, and you see the number 7 in the beard. That represents their chief, who kind of looks like that. So same thing with Cloud Zero. They have one as well. Like I was saying, so I was straying. Yes, so I got on a tangent. Sorry. Commander, one of the commanders of Cloud Zero, the guy that's offering her this mission to be undercover, traffic victim, and all this stuff, to catch Gorgon Masochist, the gargoyle pimp guy. He says, "Cool, all right, you're in it. You're the real deal. All right, I knew to go up to ask you this, but maybe like once it's over, your father will believe in you more." I don't know, whatever. He convinces her. She's convinced, and she goes and joins that mission, and she's in this maid's outfit that I'm going to be drawing. That to pretend like she's. I need to get some reference because honestly, I'm pulling the maid outfit from my head. I don't remember what it is. Maybe that's a. I'm sure she would rip. I think she would want to navigate easily, so she'd probably rip a little bit of the skirt so she can move around easier. Yeah, that's what I'll do. And yeah, so when she goes now, she's in front of the gargoyle pimp dude, who's like purchasing these traffic victims or whatever through this Commander Zero, who it's revealed has a huge gambling debt. What the hell? Okay, that wasn't a part of the mission bio, bro. And he's actually selling Lucy literally to him. He's actually trafficking Lucy. And they take her blood, and when they find that her blood is not just human demon, it's every freaking race. She has like all the races in her DNA. And it's all 100%, but she looks human. And even the Esther, she's 100%. She has Esther. She's a special race. And she's learning things about herself that she didn't know before. And then they basically take her to the dungeon where all the other traffic victims are. And she's kidnapped. And now she's forced to break out and save those traffic victims on her own while nobody else knows about what happened. The only person who knows about is her older brother, who it's his engagement party. He's gonna get married, you know what I'm saying? And he's having that engagement party, but he overhears this because he's actually a sound-based not calling. He has there's another thing. So people can make deals with beings that have been trapped in an object or some kind of antique, something like this, or marks. And they're called dwellers. So dwellers, it's just a term to talk about these beings that are trapped in these things called astras, or just like an antique weapon, or something with some kind of significance related to that dweller, when that dweller was living with the body. Right? And so her brother has the Astra Fujin, who's sound-based, wind-based kind of combination. And but mostly sound. That's all that Damien really only tapped into the sound part. He didn't know how to tap into it. But he hears this mission and he sneaks off on his engagement the next day after his engagement to go and make sure his sister is okay. But he unfortunately is caught by his soon-to-be wife, Leia, who is also not Leia, I'm sorry, Brand. That's her name, Brand. She's also a Cloud 7 agent. Anyways, they're gonna get married soon. Anyway, she catches them. She says, "Dude, don't worry about your little sister. You and your dad, they're like super protective over her. She's just trying to prove that she can handle life on her own." You know, makes sense. But Damien, he just is like, "No, dude. Like, I could hear the guy's heart rate, and I could tell that fool was lying. I could tell like something's off, you know." And she's just like, "That's all in your head. Don't worry about it. Whatever." They get into it, and basically at that point he's stuck. So he goes to Soccer and Senbai and T-Bone, and he tells them, like, "Can you guys, like, off duty, check on her for me because I have a really bad feeling." And so that's how the Soccer and Senbai and T-Bone, they get caught into the mix. They end up going to the Gorgon's Manor, which is in the higher class area of Newborn City, and you know, I can't get too much. But in regards to Lucy, she ends up getting captured. She's got very special DNA for some reason, and yeah, there's a lot of things that get revealed about what she really is in that heart. And she has to kind of prove to herself You know what? She can handle it all on her own. She doesn't need saving by her dad. So can't reveal anymore, unfortunately. I want to tell you guys what happened. Okay. Damn. Did I scare y'all off? Where? Shit. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I know I'm rambling, but it can't be that bad, you know. What I'm saying, I think to me it sounds good. What I'm telling you guys, what I'm sharing with y'all, I think this is something very original and like deals with some subjects that people don't want to even talk about, you know? And I don't know. I really don't know why. Like, I don't get people giving you feedback or anything. It's just like pop in and pop out. It's a little annoying if I say so myself. You know, I mean, get it, people don't really owe me any feedback like that. It would be nice to hear, like, oh yeah, that's interesting. Like, can you tell me more about this? Because otherwise, I'm gonna keep rambling. It's really unfortunate, you know? It's really unfortunate. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. There's nothing that you're gonna find this. This is definitely different. It's hitting the nail on the head in so many ways of what is going on in the real world in a way that's not in your freaking face. It's preachy, right? And it's just unfortunate that nobody really communicates, nobody gives feedback. It's all just me doing my work, years and years and years on end, just constantly doing my work. And, you know, like, I'm in it, bro. I'm in the fucking library of divination, explaining to y'all. All concepts that have been really thoroughly fleshed out. And, you know? I'm sick and tired of the silence. Sick and tired. Here's what it is, huh? It is what it is. Did you say you want feedback? Yeah, you're not gonna get that. Hello, my fellow artists. What up, Night Ninja? How you doing, bro? Ooh. Is anybody on TikTok? It says 0. I know Instagram is almost always dead, unfortunately. But anybody on TikTok? Because I'm gonna restart it if nobody's here. You know what I'm saying? Somebody comment, say something. Let me know you guys are here, guys. For real. For real. All right, I'm gonna count to 10 and then I'll restart it. Somebody. Oh, my boy Sam. My boy Sam. Is there anybody else here? Sam is great. He's awesome. He's awesome. He's the number one. But is anybody else here on TikTok? No. Okay, so it's just Sam. All right. Well, I'm cool with talking to Sam. I just need one true follower to make a difference. I'm also sketching as well. Trunks to be accurate. Pretty cool night. Pretty cool night. I'm working on my own comic book series, my own manga, that will take over the world one day, if I'm not careful. And this story is called Demonation. It's like Men in Black meets fairy tales. Yeah, rest in peace to Akira Toriyama, brother. Rest in peace. What this is, brother, is the Dragon Ball Z of America, if you want to put it that way. what I'm working on here has, for sure, the grandiosity of lore and world building that One Piece has, and the meaningful, soulful storytelling, and the crazy levels of power and destruction that is in Dragon Ball Z, and the layers and layers of secrecy that you find in the Secret Agent genre and in the Men in Black story. Right? So this deals with Men in Black, but with fairy tales instead of aliens. And there's so much to the story. If you were here earlier in the stream, I spilled a lot of beans on what's going on in the story world. And I'm very excited to share with you guys Illumination. So thank you for being here, bro. Yeah, you're good, Sam. I appreciate you, bro. I don't know what it is, bro. I don't know what I have to do, but on TikTok, it's super depressing. Like, I appreciate you for showing up and doing this stuff and supporting my live, Sam. It's just frustrating. Like, you know, I'm doing fire. You know that, yeah, maybe I'm annoying when I talk. I don't fucking know what it is, but I'm explaining stuff. I'm talking my shit, but that shit is always at 0. It'll go to 1, it'll drop, you know? So I don't know what I have to do TikTok, but I need to grow, and I would appreciate the algorithm if it could help a brother out, because damn, you know, I've been doing this shit for a minute, and it would be nice to have TikTok kind of like, hey, help me out here, because I've been seeing the other creators, I'm seeing what they're doing, I'm hearing their stories. It ain't there. I'm gonna be honest, there ain't nothing touching what I'm, even just this thing alone, bro. This page alone, this art piece alone, they ain't no TikToker doing what I'm doing. They're doing either fan art, or they're doing either fucking, just like, you know, studies, art studies, which is cool. I ain't gonna hate on you guys, it's cool. But I'm giving you guys my fucking heart on a platter. I've been working on this shit since I was a little boy. And it's a massive world, a massive story with massive implications. I don't know, man, it's crazy. Maybe I'm just the only one who can see what I see, and it's just how it is. Hopefully I can get published, dude, and you know, then you guys will start to notice what I'm working on. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I love the creative. So when could I read it? Well, my goal is to get published, and I wish I could just give it to you guys, but I'm gonna have to pitch it. I'm right now working on pitching it to Viz, and I was on and off working on that, but I've decided to commit to pitching it to them because they recently got the old editor-in-chief from Shonen Jump to create a one-shot program to help develop manga creators in America for Viz originals. And I thought that was amazing. I said, wow, so they're really serious. The only thing, and I know I'll probably get into trouble for saying this, when I look at their catalog, when I look at what they have, I just see American politics right there, which is the reason why everybody went to Shonen Jump and everybody's obsessed with Shonen Jump, because there is no politics. It's just freaking dope battle shonen storytelling, you know? And with deeper implications and darker topics, like One Piece talks about slavery, for example. You know, and also beautiful things like chasing your dreams, never giving up, and the value of food, like with Sanji's backstory and why he values food. What we have here, what I'm seeing in their catalog, is a bunch of political, like, inclusive focus. Like, and there's, like, I'm gonna be honest, I tried reading the works. It doesn't interest me. It looks boring to me. And my goal then is to be like, okay, well, if they got the old editor-in-chief from Shonen Jump. I see it, East Africa. Okay, I get you, brother. Thank you, Knight. If they're serious about establishing something for Viz as like we need some serious creators. And this is not shots on the creators working at Viz. This is not shots at you guys. But you know, I gotta tell you what I see is like there isn't anything that feels at all close to the stuff that's coming out of Shueisha by Shonen. And it feels very much so like more of the same issue we've had with the comic industry in America which is the sort of political propaganda hijacking focus, and the whole I need to be inclusive. They're essentially like webtoons. I don't know if you guys read webtoons, but a lot of webtoon content is it's like boy love genre, or like it's not really shonen. You know what I'm saying? It's not really trying to compete with Shonen Jump, trying to push the boundary. It's just trying to make some nice webtoon, you know, for that kind of niche audience, you know. I don't know. That's something that's always kind of put me off. But when they brought that editor in, I'm like, okay, I think they're trying to establish themselves. And let's see, maybe I won't be a good fit. Maybe I will. God knows. But you know, I'm not trying to do any kind of inclusive stuff like this. My story is already diverse. You know, I got so many different characters, but it makes sense within the story. It's not something where you're reading it, they have to tell you they are this race or this gender or this whatever, right? It's something where it just fits like a glove in the story. It doesn't feel out of place. And that should be what we're concerned with, is that if we're trying to make stories more inclusive for different people of preferences, of different cultures and representation and so forth, then we're not really doing storytelling. What we need to focus on when it comes to storytelling is one thing and one thing only: soul. That's it. Soul, another way, authenticity. Okay, not this stuff. Right? And you can do a story that has heroes from whatever group that you want to get represented. You can do it in a way where it's not about representing and flexing. I'm this, I'm that. No. Where the story itself, the story world itself is talking about a bigger issue, and how there's like a lot more. I gotta be careful. It's dealing with another world, a fictional world. It's away from this world and reflects our world in a way that's not in your face. That's the issue we have in America with comics. It's either comic books that are too mature and really only for an old school audience, or like a lot of Image comic stuff, like most of their stuff, it's for people who are like older, you know, like didn't really get into Shonen Jump from the past few generations. They're more into like Walking Dead or stuff like that, you know, or like Invincible, which are sick, they're cool series, but they're not really like shonen. You know what I'm saying? They're not for that young adult, the young man, the young people who want sick ass battle shonen that's illusion. You know, it's not like that. And then they also, of course, have the whole political shit with you know, hey, let's make Superman you know, this preference, you know, go this way, like it has anything to do with the story. It becomes like the superheroes are just propaganda bobbleheads for them, and it's unnecessary and it's disrespectful, you know. And that brings me to a very important subject. There's a reason why we still have the same superheroes for the past 100 years. There's a really good reason why. And unfortunately, it has to do with the corruption on the business side of the comic world. It's not lucrative to take risks on an original, brand new idea. What's lucrative is to take an idea that's already super popular and then reshape it to fit the modern view of things. And to continuously do that until you pretty much are forced out of that place of remake land, you know? They're not interested in brand new shit. And that's not anything like what an American should be like. We're in America, you know, God bless America. The real America is a country that believes in innovation, in exploration, and pushing, right, and finding something that's authentic and true and sharing that with the world. Not peddling how everybody should be or think and how you need to have this version of this 100-year-old superhero because you need to have representation. And no, it's not about politics. No, comics has never been about it. But they turned it into that way back then when the wars were happening. You know, when they opened that door. I wish they never did, but they did. And that's it. The rest is history. That's what we've been dealing with. You know, we had a little break when Spawn was the Spawn era was around. We had a little break from that, and I would say we didn't really see too much of it in the past. You know, maybe in the 80s and the 90s. But you know, after that, we just kind of went deep into that territory where it's all about politics and it's all about, you know, representation. Unfortunately, it takes away so much from the story and it makes it into an unauthentic piece of work that really who's going to enjoy besides someone who's been brainwashed to not see those things or not get affected when they notice those things. And so this is something, that's why I my channel, when you look at my channel, I say a new era of comics. What that means to me, very much so, is that it's an era where we see Americans and other people from all around the world tell powerful stories. Stories that I know exist out there, but because of the gatekeeping, but because of the lack of apprenticeship that exists in the state of comics in the West, because of so much things that are just like out of funk the way we're operating, we're not seeing that. We're not seeing this unbelievable flood of original, beautiful masterpieces. Instead, we're seeing regurgitated 100-year-old superheroes that are a new flavor this time, you know? It's okay, but it's not okay if that's the main thing. It's actually really bad. And so, you guys, we gotta break this curse that's been put on us by, unfortunately, the people who have the money. Like I said, it's too risky to take, you know, to fund an original idea, an original concept, original story. It's too risky. And so that's what leads me to Viz. And I see that they're unfortunately doing they're like almost like an extension of this issue, but they're trying to just turn it into manga. Well, yeah, we have that, but it's in manga form, right? Yeah, it's not the same superheroes, but it's stories that are really hyper-focused on this niche group of like people who are really into like basically webtoon content. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It's really focused on those people rather than the actual people who read Viz manga, the translated Shonen Jump stuff. You know what I'm saying? The people who were going to Viz to read Naruto, to read One Piece, to read all these famous Shonen series that shaped so many people's perspectives and outlook in life, you know, and motivated them to be better and better versions of themselves, and to not give up on their dreams and all that good stuff, and having friendship and brotherhood and sisterhood and all that good stuff, man. And that's unfortunately, like, I just don't see anything out of their works that is embodying that spirit. And you know, I'm gonna pitch to them. I'm gonna see how it is. Maybe explaining this stuff will get me canceled. I don't know. But I've been working on this for too long, and I really do believe in this story. I really do believe that this is something worth sharing with the world, and that the world needs, in a weird way, like it needs a little bit of reflection. And that's what this is. It's not in your face. Oh, look at the issues we have. No, it's, hey, I'm gonna create a totally fictional world that you're gonna fall in love with, a story and characters that you're gonna want to be like, that are gonna be close to home. In fact, like a mirror, except you're not gonna feel like you're being preached on. You know, it's gonna be real, and that's my main focus. Share something really authentic, and that carries that spirit of shonen, you know, that the older generation had. And I'm preaching to exactly 0 people. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm ready to ink here. No, I gotta get my stuff done. Do my best. It's all I can do, and everything's in God's hands. And leave it up to God. If they don't take me, let's say I never get published, I'm gonna drop the story anyways. And let's say I was in an island and I was gonna die on that island, I would still write this story. I would still do this. You know? So I'm really eager to share this. Don't mind my overzealousness if that's how you perceive it as. It's not. It's just when you know something really that you cannot show people unless you draw it all out, and you know that you like what you're seeing is so clear. You can share it, but you cannot. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of effort, a lot of focus to produce it. I wish I could capture the whole screen for you guys on YouTube and Twitch. Sorry guys, give me a second. Let me... Thank you, Sam. Are these glasses are communicators? They're called Soul Specs. Soul Specs are not communication devices. But when you tap it on the side, like you see her tapping it, it activates the soul specs, and these red lights appear. And what that does is now it shows you, instead of it just being regular shades, regular glasses, they become glasses that let you measure the weight of whoever you look at is soul, the weight of their soul. And also it tells you, it's like an X-ray vision too, so that gives you X-ray of them, and shows you a picture of their, like a little soul ball of fire or something, like a little blue fireball. But that's not really the soul. It's just them putting a image just to make sense of it, these things. Unfortunately, this part is cut off on YouTube, so I'm trying to fix that. Bear with me, guys. And let me fix this on TikTok because it's like way out of whack over here. You know, we could have a golden era, guys. I'm not even joking about that. Like, it really could be a brand new era of comics. Not just in the West. If it happens in America, you're going to see it happening everywhere. To a level where you cannot believe it. Whoa, what the hell? And, you know, hopefully that will make more opportunity for people who are also in this line of work to share their works and give them a path to not just be, you know, working on this endlessly only for it to become self-published and disappear. Never have a shot at even becoming something remotely mainstream, you know, that affects people. All right, I tried, guys. I'm gonna leave that this camera, the YouTube camera, the other ones, just leave it as is. Sorry, I'll just zoom in periodically to what I'm working on. So right now, TikTok is looking all right. Thanks, Sam. Yeah, bro. I really don't get why it's at 0. I don't appreciate TikTok always kind of never pushing my stuff. It's fucking annoying. I'm not just brawling, talking. And I guarantee you, brother, like if you go on TikTok Live and you scroll around, you're gonna see some people that they have like 20 freaking people in their chat. Everybody's talking and chatting up. Everybody's liking. But if you look at the art, it's like a piece of shit. Or it's some fan art like Boruto. It's crazy, bro. Like, it doesn't make sense. And people want to hate on me, go ahead. But I don't know. How can you say that this is not worthy of attention, quality of likes? And I ain't trying to take away from them, but it's just there's something completely wrong. If I have to train for so many years and work on something for so long that hey, no, we're gonna suffer more. There's no more. Sorry, no attention, nothing. It's crazy. This doesn't make sense. And it's like, hey, let's take out most of this. Bro, I know I said a shit ton, and that you guys probably can't register anything that I was sharing about the story, because you don't have like a concept or like unfolding, getting that direct info. But what I shared was fucky. That's all it is. Maybe I didn't execute it right, but what I'm telling y'all, the story, the way it flows, the way these things happen, why the story world is set up this way, these iconic characters that have like a social impact on the whole story world. Grasshoppers. That's what the power system, fucking the intricate power system. Sheesh. You know, I'm gonna share it because Sam and the OGs, if I miss you guys, if you guys are here, I appreciate it. You guys are the only ones really that can share this stuff. You know? But like I was saying earlier, guys, you know, I believe this story, Even Nations, it's gonna be something akin to like the Dragon Ball Z for America. And that's no disrespect on Akira Toriyama. I think it's very important to recognize that manga is, from its beginning, its supposed founder, Osamu Tezuka, he was the one saying this. He's saying that this is a universal thing, that it should reach the world. It's not something that's confined to an island, you know? It's something that's more. And why is that? You look at American comics during the same time manga was coming out, you're gonna notice that they had an emphasis on realism. They focus on things being more real rather than iconic and design heavy. And you have such interesting range of genres that you get in the East, like from anywhere from people playing a story about baseball, a story about I don't know, a chicken who fights enemies. I remember what that story was. It's so weird. A story about a secret black market surgeon, you know, who he's actually a good guy, but he's only on the black market and he helps people low key. So many interesting stories from the East, from manga, that you don't see in the West until very recent times. And you compare that and you realize like, oh, we got focused on the superhero stuff. And we still have those superheroes. Yeah, we love them, but isn't it weird? Isn't it a little weird? You know what I'm saying? That we still are stuck here? And like the only stuff you see generation after generation is a remake of a 100-year-old superhero. Or sitcoms like regular shows. You know what I'm saying? Regular show's funny, but you know, I want to see something like Avatar, The Last Airbender again. You know, something fresh. Something that is a little more serious, that has, you know, that isn't limited by like, you know, being simple shapes like a sitcom. It's frustrating. Let's make it so there's a. For us, we got hyper focused on the superhero stuff, guys. And the truth really is, our growth as the comic, the garden of comics that we are, right? All the different types of fruits that could come, all the different unique comics that could have came out from the West back then. It was hijacked at the time by DC and Marvel. Yes, it is. And how it was done is that, so you'll find they have this thing called the multiverse, which is another way to say, I can draw Batman or Spider-Man in so many different universes, and we're gonna have all these different versions. They're able to interact with each other, and we can tell this story an infinite amount of times now. That's what that represents, right? And what that is at its core is anti-original, right? Yeah, we can have a Batman who he's like mixed with the Joker, and it could look really cool. Yeah, it looks dope. Looks freaking dope. Yeah, great. But still, there's still this lacking of original, authentic, fully original. And another thing is, they've done this so much that for you to just say, I want to go read Batman or Spider-Man, it's not as simple as picking up one volume and starting there. You have to start, you actually have to go look up a guide or just willy-nilly. You're like, this is crazy. You shouldn't have, you should be like how, for example, with manga, book one is book one. It's not book one spin-off, but you know, you have to read this to know what this, and then it's a linear story. Why did they go that way? Once again, because they're anti-original. They're pure anti-originalists, right? And the East didn't fall for that. Now, unfortunately, they're kind of going in that anti-original direction a little bit, not gonna lie. But the West, we seem to have been hijacked by these business types that just, it's all about money, it's all about what the kids like, and just keep that one thing going. And don't even think about the art form as a whole, and the people who participate in that and give their life for this work to get done. And that explore the unconscious, that explore the world we live in, and philosophize and reflect and try to create a narrative that captures the situation and to better us. No, they don't want that. They just want Spider-Man and Batman and Superman in 10 different countries, 10 different colors, and 10 different and 10 million different, more than that, of course. 10 different spin-offs, 10 million. It's insane. It's insane. And it's insane that we just go with it. have your remakes and all that, but why? How come there's no real growth when it comes to our original manga? I mean, original comics. How come we don't see that? You know? How come? You know, we have to. How come they're outselling us in Japan? How come? There's so many how comes. Like, maybe because they have a robust system they developed, even though there's corruption in their system. Still, at least they have stuff going on, like an apprenticeship system where they train the next generation to take the wheel. You know, and that they have a relationship between comics and animation, which for us, unfortunately, is only for Marvel and DC. I don't know why. It would be amazing to have a comic, like for example, rare few that happens. Like I think it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That was a comic originally, and then it became a cartoon. But the guy had to be an entrepreneur. He had to go. Not only did he have to master comics, he had to also go and master the art of convincing whoever to make a cartoon out of it. You know, like you're not gonna see a flourishing of people like that. You're gonna see a very select few of people like that. What you're gonna see in the East, though, is that if they do well in the magazine, you could be a middle schooler and go to them with your story, your manga, and you can say, "Hey, I have this cool concept story I really want to work on. Here's a storyboard." You don't even need to give them a freaking finished comic. You just give them the storyboard. They'll read it. They'll tell you what to fix. They'll give you the editor's number, even if they like you, they believe in you. You know, or not. They'll just say, "Try again." They encourage the youth to come back, try again, until they get it right. And really, it's amazing to see that exists in the world. But in the country, you would think that would be so prevalent, would be America, but it's not. It's really not there for comics. You know, it's really not. I could even tell you stories. When I was wasting my time, though, in art school, like in the beginning, it wasn't a waste of time, but then it eventually quickly turned into like a huge waste of time for me. I wish I left it a little earlier, but it's all right. Everything happens as is. That is all part of God's plan. No problem. I'm not going to say this teacher's name. He's a great teacher, great talker. I wouldn't say he's a great artist, to be real with you. If I look at his art, just know what I'm talking about. But he told me that, you're trying to do a comic? Now, I understand this. I've been developing this since I was a little kid, right? For a very long time. I've been refining it. There have over probably like 100 folders full of different character designs, environment. So much. You would not believe it. You would think I'm lying to you, bro. He doesn't know this. That's okay. But he tells me, that's a dream. That's a pipe dream. Comics isn't really money. There's no money in comics. You know? Unless you're trying to get really good so you can draw Batman and Superman for Marvel. It's a pipe dream, bro. You're going to have to self-publish. You're going to have to... What? A teacher saying this? For real? He's trying to keep it real with you. Okay. And, it's sad, but, he's right. In America, it's very much so a pipe dream. And now there's a chance. Right? With companies like Viz Originals, with companies like Image, even though there's things about that. There's companies like these that are out that are looking for comic creators to create that next gen story. They did it wrong. They did it the wrong way. They have a path to it, but it's a little more complicated. It's not simple as just show up with your unfinished ideas or show up with a storyboard, and they'll take a look and they'll tell you what they think. No, we're not at that level. Unfortunately, that'd be amazing if we were at that level combination. But it's still, you know, there's gatekeeping, and then there's like this whole false belief that, oh, you need to have a certain level of art to even entertain the idea of having a comic. When we have like comics that are like, for example, I'm thinking of a manga. I don't remember what it was called, but it was this girl with this like alien slug that was like it oversold. It was doing so good. I forgot what it was called, but it did so well apparently. And it's not like amazingly drawn, or like even Yu Yu Hakusho, which killed it in the States and killed it over there, obviously. If you look at the manga, if you go back and you see the works, you'll be like, what the hell? They let this through? The story was there. The story was dope. And, you know, there's a reason why the story really doesn't matter. It makes a big difference. So, unfortunately, we're not at that place where we're just like, okay, let me see if you have a story going. Maybe you don't have those art skills there yet. Or, hey, maybe you're the next freaking Harry Potter. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you don't have to write a novel. Maybe your stuff really is suited for manga or comics. And let me see what this is about. We don't have that. We don't have this setup. And it's very unfortunate. Oh, why am I still penciling? I think what I wanted to do is figure out this base costume going on. So let me pull that up. Maid outfit. Okay, that's a little too much. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah, traditional maid outfit. That's good. Okay, so you got like this white apron looking thing popping out from the shoulders. That's pretty straightforward. Are there any variations on it? Okay, 4 button. Get that one. I think I'll go with that one. So it's not this. It's like this. So they have like this apron thing for the shoulder pads. Fortunately, it's going to be caught up with her hair that's flicking back. She's like moving so fast forward, so I'm going to just kind of cover that a little bit. Apron like covers. And then it goes down. Oh, yeah, and then we don't have this freaking. So it'd be more like this. Have to show a little bit of the figure dimensions of it so I can make sure that it's not misperceived. And then what do you got? There's buttons, but that doesn't start up there. It starts in the. So this is her leg, this is her chest, this is her breast. Go down, her arm, right here, right here. So we need to actually get rid of this part of the skirt that's covering her shoe. It's going to be foreshortening. So let's reconfigure this. She's foreshortening. It's kind of confusing, so I'm going to break it down to basic shapes. Hands are here. Let's make sure that you're not doing any funky looking pose. Their shoulders are not where they should be. So this is like way back here. So her shoulders over here, her neck would have to be behind. This other shoulder, okay, she's moving it back. So we put her here. I'm gonna go like this. I'm gonna go like this. We're gonna go like that. Be a little shorter. It's not bad. It's not bad. Okay, and then they have a collar shirt like this. Back. Here I'm going to have to show there's such a small I really like the energy of it also. Just doing this basic cylinder shapes. Torso in. Bolting forward, so we're not gonna see. Unfortunately, we're not gonna see too much. Bolting forward, neck is like this. This goes down here. Next to this is. See, that's not right either. Don't be afraid to erase your drawing. Don't feel like your art is precious. You need to do it until you're satisfied and you learn from what you're working on. It's really important that you don't just, oh, I'm going to keep it that way because, you know, I'm too frustrated to fix it and I know I can figure it out. So don't be afraid to like actually spend the time trying to fix your art in whatever way you think it's fixed. Very important. Okay, so now we're getting an interesting place. Okay. So let's just do her body without the outfit on. Remember, she is undercover. She's gonna free all these like traffic, fairy tale, and human and hybrid victims. She thinks she's on an undercover mission. Little does she know, she's also one of these victims, right? And she's a clouded, she's gonna break out. You're gonna see a lot of action on her. So in this case, she's actually fighting the butlers of the gargoyle pimp guy. You guys were here earlier in the stream, where I started rambling about the state of the industry. She is gonna wrestle. So let's see. Let's go for a short name. Okay, why don't you just like that? I don't think so. I think it would be cooler. Let's draw through this. Will it end there? So other leg. Maybe she like jumped in the middle and she's like been charging this ghost trigger over here. These two concentrated trigger ghost art moves that she's in, her flames that are concentrated over here. And she jumps in the middle. And so maybe like one leg is about to touch the floor. You know, 1 foot or something like this. And she landed and she's about to aim it at them. rips. She obviously needs to move, so she'll like rip a little bit of the skirt, I'm assuming. The maid outfit that she's forced to wear. And she had to rip a little bit, so you can see probably a little bit of her leg. And then her like launching forward. So we got this. And it's her knee, her thigh, it connects to here. This, abs would be up here. And this is the other level. This. Put it back there. She's launching forward with this foot. She's launched forward. Then the other leg shouldn't be, the thigh should be back. So you're not going to really do it. It's like here, and your shoulder is going to be like where her eyeball. You're not going to really see that. It's like arm go like this, and the elbow go like here. Yeah, that's a long arm, so you're going like here. And this would have to be fixed. Sketch of that. I like the direction it is on the floor. Hey, don't look right to me. Sheesh. She. I'm gonna connect it to this because we made such like a strong position for it because it's in these two corners of the page. So I think that's what's messing with me. It's like, well, I kind of I've already committed to that. So I want to shoulder, elbow would be up here. Let's just do it like this. Make sure that elbow is clear though, because the thing is, if you don't draw elbows, let's say I had her hand. Let's say I have this hand. You see the elbow, right? Hello. Right? It's a little stick figure hand. Okay? Because you see this elbow, you know this is attached. But if I were to draw this like that, you know, and I were to show you, let's say, this person standing here, say this, there isn't enough information that I put. You know, let's say he's pointing over here, I don't know. But there's not enough information right here because I don't have that information of the elbows placement for the reader when they look at that to think, oh, this hand belongs to him, right? But because I put the elbow here, even if I didn't have the shoulder, if I cut it off, let's say, I'll put, right? You're gonna see, you're gonna be able to tell, oh, okay, that obviously belongs to him. So actually, we don't play it. Anyways. So, here. This. Let me see the comments. Any comments? Oh. I never saw an anime movie in my life. Oh, Demon Nation is not a movie. It's a series, but if you're talking about just anime movies in general, I recommend you go watch Akira. Are these glasses communicators? No, I answered that already. They're soul specs. All right. And I don't know if I got any comments on Instagram. I think I got some nice people saying it looks sick. Thank you, Ramen. Appreciate you. All right. Cool. I have to check. No, cool. We'll keep going, guys. We'll keep going. Okay. This oh, that's wrong too. Oh. Gotta make this stuff. Gotta color it. Gotta move on. Dude, I spent way too much on this. Where's the other leg? So this leg. Here, we can adjust. Other leg will have to. Because she's in motion, she's gonna have to leave off one leg and the other one's coming forward. We're just going to make this leg the one that should leak off from. Unfortunately, it's going to be covered because it's just too much. The info is getting lost behind this leg. It needs to get clear. It really needs to get clear. Don't even see it. Cool. I'm gonna ink it. We're gonna color this first. So. Thanks, Sam. As always, appreciate you, brother. And thank you guys for joining on the Instagram live. Doesn't tell me who's here, who's not. We've been going on 4 hours. Woo! 4 hours! And still we got one person in the chat. Oh, wow, wonderful. That's okay. It's one person worth 1,000. Sam. OG. YouTube, dead chat. It's okay. And Instagram, I don't know. I can't tell if people are liking or just whatever. Okay, another dead chat. Great. All right. Where the hell did the plastic go? So much more to do, bro. It's crazy. I just don't wait for the channel to do this. You know, it's because I was talking. Just talk. I get eager to share what I'm working on. But obviously, it's too much info. Blue, awkward lens. So Lucy actually dyes her hair red. Her real hair is turquoise. It's like this shiny, interesting turquoise. But she dyes her hair red because her mom has red hair, her brother has red hair. I mean, and her dad, he doesn't have any hair. But he looks like a red demon looking dude. So she feels like, you know, hey, why the hell am I the only one with this? I want to be Sazuyami. I need to dye my hair. So she dyes her own hair. Nobody forces her. She just dyes it every time she can. It's not her real hair color though. Thank you, Sam. Appreciate you, brother. I don't know why that previous live stream ended, dude. Because I spent hours and hours doing the work, and then it ends. So then it's like I have to start over. And you guys have, and Sam had to start over with all the liking and stuff. I appreciate you, bro, for doing that. I sent it to you because I'm like, this guy, he's gonna check out my stuff. He's actually someone who appreciates my work, wants to see this out, wants to see this out here, doing his thing. Or no, it wasn't me, but it was Robin. So she got like this, like I said, turquoise, green, blue, shiny hair that she always dyes. Kind of feel like, you know, hey, I'm not so different than you. Did I erase? I did a little, but then I remember I penciled it and I'm like, that's okay. It'll just be like shade. I could fix it. So if you guys are using Copics and you don't erase the pencil marks of your ink work, really will, it's gonna appear underneath. No matter how much you try to erase, it's gonna stay. Unfortunately. So I learned that the hard way a while ago. But, yeah, so if you don't want to have any pencil marks before you put the COVID, you gotta make sure to clear that. I mean, not the COVID one, the Copics. Sorry. You want to make sure to clear that, unless you don't mind, because some people, they use the pencil like a shadow. It should work. Oh, did it crash? Why is the YouTube stream frozen? Oh, we're good. We're good. We're restreaming again. It just was frozen on restream. And of course, Instagram ends on its own. Is her father an MMA fighter? No, he's not an MMA. There's no MMA in this stuff. Her father is the chief of Cloud 7. He's really strong. He's a gold class agent. Her father is this guy. Here's some sketches I'm gonna have to finish later for him. Her father, Mitsuo Sazayami. Let me see if I could find. There's a colored work I did earlier. Well, not earlier, but a while ago. This is her father. He's a demon. His name is Mitsuo Sazayami. And he's the chief of Cloud 7. They call him the Lightning Demon God. Cool? Cool, guys? Eh? No? I think it's cool. He's not the devil. Relax. He's not the devil. Promise you. Like I said, demons is a race in the story. Get over it. That's done on purpose. Everything's done on purpose. So the story, so Mitsuo actually, he represents the symbolic theme of what the philosophy in the story is. Because it's all about this thing where we have an issue of judging based off of the outside and not understanding, not having discernment of how a person, character is on the inside, how they actually are. This is not no demonic apologetics I'm doing, no. This is actually, when you learn more about Mitsuo, when you learn about his backstory, you're going to understand exactly what I'm doing. Basically, Demon Nation, it's about when people demonize a group and turn them, like what I said, demons. They turn them into monsters to hate, to become a target of their conquer. You know, so the opposite side will demonize one group, the other side will demonize another, and therefore you have a nation of demons. Therefore, Demon Nation. But if you pay attention and you learn what the story is about, and you understood this concept of no matter how different you look like on the outside, everybody's equal on the inside, which means we are equal because we have a soul. And it's the title Demo Nation is actually the true title of the story. Demo, if you look up what that means in the root word, it means people, like democracy, demo, and then you have nation. So a nation of people. So it could be a nation of demons, or it could be a nation of people, right? And that's what the heart of the story is about. And that's why that's the title, Demon Nation. It's about those two concepts. And once again, I gotta say, ain't nothing out there that has put this much effort, this much contemplation and thinking and refinement into this series that they're working on. And like I said, I've been developing this thing for since I was 15. Since I was 15, I'm 30. 16, maybe 16, I'm not sure. When I was in middle school, high school time, that's when I started really diving into it. And I really got serious about my art skills and like saying, I'm gonna do art. That's my focus when I was young. It was because of this story. And so all that stuff, just been cooking, slow cooking till it falls off the bone, bro. It's gonna be so nice. And I can't wait for the day I get to share this as a comic with you guys. But we gotta get published because that's what it deserves. It deserves that. It deserves to be all over the world. And if you guys think it's a joke, it's because you don't understand what it is exactly I'm working on. Does he have a human form? That's a great question, Sam. I cannot tell you he has a human form. right now, he does not have a human form. He's a demon. Right now, he's looking like a demon. Let's just say that. Okay? There is a third reason why it was called Demonation, which has to do with the story, like I told you, and if you're paying attention, with the events that occurred in Newborn City 10 years ago, that forced Cloud 7 to become from a basic like park that everybody could use in the cloud, up in the sky. I remember clouds are, in the story, the cloud government is in the sky, and there's like this whole thing, like I told you. Anyways, it turned it from a park, like a basic park, to a patrol cloud that's predominantly demons. Something happened 10 years ago in the story of Demonation, where it's related to the title as well. It's the third reason. And I'm giving so many clues in this slide. Yes, that's all I'm going to say. You're going to have to wait for when that arc comes out. I don't want to spoil that because it's going to be really shocking when you find out the truth about what's going on with Mitsuo and all that. Why am I pulling out the inks when I was coloring? Damn, I'm like all over the place. Okay. Sheesh. I need to go get water. I have to go get water, actually. I still need to finish coloring this, and I want to, but it's been already 4 hours, guys. And I've been talking too much. So, here's what we're going to do. I'm sorry, YouTube, it's blurry for you guys. We're going to have to end the stream, guys. And I appreciate you, Sam. As always, like I said, I do lives because people like Sam, they interact, they like, they support, and they help out, Like I said, there's so much effort, so much thinking, so much development that has gone into Demonation since I was a little kid. It's disheartening to constantly look at the screen and it's either 0 or 1 constantly, but I get it. This shit is out. It's beyond what people can understand right now. To them, they just see some guy doing anime, right? And that's okay, whatever. So I'm gonna be back. We're gonna do another long stream. We're gonna finish off Lucy. We need to finish these character sheets. I really want to finish all of them today. At least at the traditional level, but that's still a lot. Like I said, it takes hours. If you want to do the best work, it's going to take time. So, but in the next stream, we're going to do that. We're going to focus in a little more. We're going to finish off coloring her and just knock her out. And then we're going to do another one, okay? You asked Christian about her father. Is he a fighter or not? Yes, he is a gold class agent he is the chief of Cloud 7. His code name, because of his fighting, he's known as the lightning demon god. So he has lightning basically powers that he uses with this thing called an astra. And astras are like there's a soul that's trapped inside of this item. In this case, he has like this ancient katana that has the soul of Raijin, a lightning god, dwelling inside of it. Okay, and he had to make a contract with Raijin, and I'm not going to tell you what the conditions were and all that, but essentially he made a contract, and that is his. He has access to that lightning power, and he has his own stuff too. We're not going to get into, but yes, he's a massive threat. If you're a gold class agent, that means you could handle going to the old world, right? Like I described, the old world deals with creatures that could just easily destroy the earth if they wanted to, and that's the level of creatures. So he's on that level. Maybe he cannot destroy the whole planet. For Mitsuo, I wouldn't say he's a planet buster. I would say Mitsuo, her father's, for at least base form, he is probably a city buster. Like he could destroy a whole city on his own if he wanted to, in his base form. There's other forms, we're not going to get into that either. And he could definitely go up. So. But alrighty guys, thank you. My throat hurts, I've been talking too much. I gotta go. We're gonna do more, like I said. We're gonna finish off these other character sheets. We're gonna try to get this environment piece done. I've been neglecting that. We're gonna do Mitsuo as well in the next stream. And Sora, see, where's soccer? Right here. Yeah. And then we still got Kogan and T-Bone we got to cross. So we're going to try to finish all these guys too. Alright? Yeah, you guys have no idea, bro. I swear. Alrighty, later, guys. It's crazy. It's crazy when you think about it, man. Once I succeed, I'm going to be looking back and going to be like, dude, he was telling us. And no